there's that. Just gonna double check that our channel is on.
Hello, friends, and well met, adventurers. Once more, we are back at Graham Crackers with the Goldshine investigation, our weekly D&D 5e homebrew campaign. Man, that's how you can tell that I woke up from a nap. English, do I speak it? No. But we are once again resuming our D&D 5e campaign of Goldshine Investigations. Tonight, I am playing Harris Nervos, Blackmont, as usual, your favorite Tiefling Paladin Oath of Conquest. Sweet boy in plate armor. But I am joined by a wonderful, fantastic cast of friends and family. So, without further ado, I would love to hear three things from my fellow cast members: who they are, who they're playing, and Matt, what question do we want answered today?
Question to answer today is what, if your character could pick, has been their fondest memory from this adventure?
Ooh, okay. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot of information. Okay. So Gaheris's favorite memory from this entire adventure would have to be dancing with Israel at the festival. That is Gaheris's favorite. But I'll pass it off to one of my fantastic cast members.
Struggle, pain. Um, Hello, I am Pharaoh. I will be playing Utaka, a water genasi cleric rogue of ill repute. And his fondest. I don't know. This one's hard for him. There are several moments in time that that mattered to him, and I think a couple come to mind. One much earlier in the campaign in a dark, dank cave where Israel was having a bad night, and he just kind of hugged her and held her for a couple hours. I think that one, he's fond of that one. He loves his sister. Okay.
Yeah, I love my sweet boys. So Israel as well. Hello, everyone. It's me, Kari. I play Israel, the half-elf Fey Pact warlock. Israel has a number of moments herself that are vying for like fondest memories. There's like three that are all like gathered together in Veilbright with Gaheris, the snowball fight, coupled with the day he came back from his long trip and danced with her in his room. And when they came back to that like entire edifice of like trap nonsense that Gaheris and I think Utaka had set up, like all of three of those like blend together into like fond memories of Veilbright. And then the other one, gosh, what was it? There's another one. And I want to say it was fairly early on in the campaign as well. And it was one of her fond memories of Utaka just being a kid trying to figure it out, and just she just likes him. Like he doesn't deserve this. Yeah, she loves her voice.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jeremy, and I have the honor of playing Izron Blackmont, brother to Harris, and he is also a paladin, Oath of Devotion. And, well, I think his favorite memory, or one of them, would be having one of the first duels with Harris, where he won once. Yeah, it was a nice play, not just for the characters, but also between you and I, Graham. I really enjoyed doing that with you. And now, without further ado, I'll pass it off to Matt.
That's me. I am Matt, your DM. I will be playing everyone else. And my fondest memory of this campaign was, I think, the finale of season 1, where after a season of unconventional ideas and ridiculousness and me learning how to be the best DM I could be for you guys, is when I started to consistently think, I can do this. I can make a campaign that these people will enjoy. And I hope I've been living up to that. Without further ado, are you all ready to dive back in to the Goldshine investigations?
Let me at him. Put me in
We
coach.
sure are.
Honorable mention to the beach episode.
Oh, yeah. Also, shout out to Horse Crimes.
Oh, Horse
Oh,
Crimes
yeah.
was good. God, I still go back and rewatch that sometimes.
It was a real good one. Let's
Horse
see.
size apple. There's no apple, Matt.
I still like our Horse Crimes command. I hope you don't get waylaid along the path, traveler. Beware all equine folks along these roads. They'll steal your goods and then hoof it.
Horse Crimes. All right. Also, Graham, I know you just woke up from nap, so I mentioned you're not on the Roll20, but I'll be playing music if you want to.
Oh! Thank you for telling me.
Yeah.
That's how you know. Shout out to chat. I took a hour-long nap thinking I would be well rested and be 100% good to go, and it was not the case.
Did not happen that way. That's fine. It happens. Just letting you know.
sleepies.
All right.
All right, now I'm there.
When we last left off on the Goldshine investigations, the party found the deepest core of the research facility in the Second Age research town of Liberty. Fighting and negotiating their way through robots and mutants, and dealing with dangerous monocontamination and rapidly declining oxygen within the factory grounds itself. The party managed to find a computer that a Hell Knight had sabotaged, finding records that indicate that a surviving Hell Knight has been spearheading the Children of Red Sight and the Goldshine Supernatural Investigation Agency both, pitting them against each other to achieve an unknown goal that they believe will amount to world peace. But in pursuit of this, they are willing to do a lot. And among the things they're willing to do is awaken the wheel, who has been given a mortal form, albeit a scarred one, that when the right circumstances align, the wheel will awaken, claim their body, and be able to achieve their full power in this world. But not if this party has anything to say about it. With their loyalties compromised but information gathered, the party makes to leave the city of Liberty, the city itself being safe for the time being as long as the factory is shut down, which the robots are proceeding to do. And the party has one last objective while they're in this particular area: the Soul Tide, the creature that prevents the denizens of Zydan from returning to their city. Once that's done, the party's objectives may have changed since we last left them, as they have discovered that both the organization they're fighting and the one they're working for have been compromised the whole time. We'll see what they end up doing with that. In the meantime, you guys, under Taka's recommendation, have taken a pit stop at a hotel in Liberty, and while the party slept, Harris, you went to start a meeting with Nightmare, and the being of fear itself answered your call. As you step through the doorway, that's where we're going to pick up. As you step through the darkened door, you find yourself feeling that familiar chill up your spine, that same dead, unfeeling, and unwelcoming air. However, you do not find yourself in a plane of Nightmare that you would expect, per se. Instead, what you find is that You are essentially in the same room or hall that you just left, but rather than the stark blacks that are traditionally expected of Nightmare or the unfamiliar halls, you instead see that everything is this kind of bronze color, and painted with unfamiliar runic markings. But standing at the other end of the hall, dressed in a fine suit with lavender and red colors, and their hair parted to resemble horns, the charming humanoid form that Nightmare had taken when meeting with you all the first time. The being of fear itself. No, fear itself stands before you, idly looking at their fingernails and looking up to you, and a small smirk crossing their face.
Hello, a very good evening to you. I hope that you've been well.
Oh, I have.
I do hope you enjoyed the spectacle with the goblins.
Oh, that was quite rich. I must say, you're exceeding my finest expectations for that blade, and then some. I can bring fear to anyone, but I've never seen a mortal bring fear to so many with so simple an action.
What can I say? I learn from the best.
And you continue to impress me as well. You managed to keep your fear at bay, at least for the time being, but you are feeling it, there's no mistake about that.
I suppose, trepidation. I do not think that is fear, more a bit of anxiety.
Oh, but at that point we're splitting hairs, aren't we?
I suppose so. However, I am sure that you are aware of what everything that is going on. No?
More than aware. I've been personally privy.
So, I was wondering, would it be possible for me to have access to a portion of your realm, to perhaps have a castle?
Oh no, that is interesting. A castle of fear, ruled by one of my own kings of fear. And what do I gain?
Well, for one, you do not lose anything. But two, it would allow you access to me whenever needed.
Understand, Geharis Blackmont, that making a deal with me is not like your lady friend and her deal with a child who happened to be given unnatural abilities, or your small friend making deals with achievable powers that lie above them. What I am, Geharis, is above even a god. If you should try to back out on me, there is no escaping me. You cannot simply say my name and gain control of me or hope to ascend to what I am. I am fear.
That is entirely understandable. I have no desires to supplant you or to take your powers or your authority. I simply believe that the safest place to plan a warfront is somewhere that our enemies cannot easily get.
Ah, but a place you know your enemies have compromised already. They accessed my realm once.
That is entirely true. But I like to believe that security has been upped since then. After all, why would some of these werewolves be on the material plane again if it wasn't because you shoved them out the door?
I suppose you have me there. Understand, Garrus, I work for no one. I serve no one. What I am is something to be used and something to be understood, but never something to be completely controlled. Even if I do offer you grounds in my realm, I do not pretend to offer you sanctuary.
That is entirely fine. As you know, my companions and myself are more than capable of keeping things in line on our own.
Oh, indeed, you did an excellent job cleaning up my realm. That is something I do appreciate, and while I owe my allegiance to no one, I can understand the concept of not wanting to owe anyone a debt.
And it is in your own best interest that we succeed in our endeavors. After all, if the wheel is unbroken, then I can only assume that the cosmic wheel of the gods is going to upturn. And I believe that though you are above of God, I think that the lack of stability would be unfortunate for everyone.
Ah, but what breeds greater fear than uncertainty? And your enemies seek to create quite a bit of fear. That is why they came to me. That is why their servant came to my realm. They hope to control me, to unleash me upon the world. I am not subservient to the wheel. I am simply a sword that the wheel hopes to wield.
That is entirely fair. But when the wheel has spun, and if they succeed, then that brings stability, purpose, and a lack of fear in the world.
Ah, now see, there you are. Now you're beginning to understand me, I think. In the short term, yes, your enemies hope to cause great fear, but in the end, what they hope is to create complete control. And how can there be fear if there's always hope? You may provide hope to the people, but the hope you provide is temporary. What they hope to create is something permanent. And permanency, I can't thrive there.
Which is why that our goals align for now.
Indeed, they do. And
come to think of it, at the benefit of giving me a portion of this realm, when all of this is said and done, those that wish to break the wheel, I am sure they will need a place to languish for many years to think about their misdoings.
you offer up your enemies to me as payment.
I think that it is only fair, and there is very little place on the material realms that I believe we will be able to hold some success.
Oh, I do so love the way you think, Harris Nathos. Very well. I will happily grant you ground in my realm. I do not pretend that it will be safe, nor that it will be a sanctuary from your enemies. However, if there's one thing I can promise you is that unnatural power or not, everyone fears something. And with fear, it becomes easy to control someone. The dungeons that your castle will come equipped with will be more than capable of holding your enemies. However, I cannot promise that they will be able to offer you any information afterwards. I do not hold back. I will not be controlled, nor will you have any command of me.
I would expect nothing less. Anyone that goes into my dungeon is someone that I don't think I have much use for anyways.
As long as we have an understanding. I am not your attack dog, Harris. I am a
course.
sword. And a sword can hurt its owner just as effectively as it can their enemies. It all depends on who happens to hold it at any given moment.
That is so very wise. And I shall keep that at the forefront of my thoughts and actions.
Give me time. Dream tonight. And in your nightmares, we will construct a castle that is befitting a king. And only then will you be able to reach it. But every castle needs a key. And I cannot simply have you opening portals to my realm whenever you feel it. So I have one condition to make of you.
You need but ask.
Your castle can be unlocked only by that blade, and only when it has been fed. Not by blood, you understand, but by something much more precious to me.
I would expect nothing less. I shall strive to feed the blade as much fear as I can.
Then we have an understanding. You shall have your castle as my king of fear.
I shall see you soon. I appreciate your time and your confidence in me.
How can I feel anything else, after all? I can sense some fear in you, but nowhere do I see the fear of failure.
That is because I don't think that I will fail.
But you do fear what's coming. You do fear who's on the other side, whose words you just read. Your darkest thoughts coming to the surface, kept away only by a single light.
Perhaps. I don't think that I have all the information.
Indeed, you don't.
But I have never been one for avoiding the consequences or to tarry on making a decision, so...
That is
even
wise.
if what is worst case scenario to happen, I will be ready for it.
Let's hope so.
After
I
all,
will see.
3 gods are involved in this.
Oh, depending on your definition, perhaps even more. They wanted me involved, in truth, but as I said, I'm beholden to no one, and I answer to no one.
Of course. Matt, I would like to make a religion check. Is there a entity that is the antithesis to Nightmare? That is in existence?
Make a religion check.
Sure.
And I have to pull up my cosmic wheel.
All right. Religion. What is that? I don't...
We have the plane of nightmares. Shouldn't we have Lady Hope living in the land of dreams or something? I don't know. That feels cosmically right.
Yeah, I mean, I figure there has to be some other side of the coin. That is a 24.
Okay. Nightmare, in the grand scheme of the cosmos, technically has multiple antitheses, as rather than a straightforward wheel where one end reflects the other, it's more a system of balancing layers. And there is not just what is on the other side, but what is immediately near you. In the case of Nightmare, immediately next to them in the cosmic scheme is the Dreamlands, where all souls go in their dreams. They say that all dreams anyone ever has go there, the good and the bad. And when someone in the waking world has a powerful nightmare, the boundary between the Dreamlands and the plane of fear thins, and they cross into each other briefly. And there are many powerful figures, none necessarily having central control per se over the Dreamlands. However, you have heard tell that there is a powerful and feared figure that resides in the Dreamlands. Not as necessarily its divine ruler, but as the closest we can comprehend to one. The King in Yellow.
King in Yellow. Would Soothsayer's visions be tied to the Dreamlands?
It depends on the nature of their vision, but yes, several very much could be.
Okay.
I will also say that another plane that is, again, not antithetical to Nightmare, but is like in their sort of realm of opposite, is Ordrone, the divine plane of law, order, and consistency. As Nightmare himself said, how can there be fear when you can expect everything? After all, what is fear truly but the uncertain and the unexpected? And with that, how can there be fear if everyone knows what's going to happen at all times?
Okay.
Ordrone and their robotic lords are, again, not divinely antithetical to Nightmare, but are considered opposite enough to be unwelcome to the King of Nightmares. While you do not know the name or plane of residence of Nightmare's divine opposite, you do know that, as Kari themselves had mentioned, that you were always taught that the opposite of fear was not bravery per se, it was courage. However, given that all fear in the universe resides in Nightmare, there would not necessarily be something to be courageous of in a plane of courage. So while you're not certain if Nightmare has a divine opposite, you do know that Nightmare has divine enemies in the form of the drones of Ordrone and the King in Yellow of the Dreamlands.
Okay, okay. So I will simply, dip into a very polite bow and kind of turn on heel to leave. I don't necessarily have anything else to ask. It seems like our dealings are kind of done.
Okay.
So I will exit out back into the hallway and go to bed.
Okay. As you leave the doorway you created and shut it behind you, it vanishes into black smoke. And you return to bed. And all of you, not just Gaharis, every last one of you, are plagued with nightmares as you sleep. All that fear had to go somewhere. As you all awaken the next morning, you all get a long rest, of course. Not a restful one, but a long one. And does anyone have any further business down here in Liberty? Okay. With last year preparations made, you start to cross the streets and make your way towards the garage airlock construction where you had first come into the research facility. You notice as you cross the streets that the robots are no longer patrolling. You do not see them anywhere right now. But you do, as you make your way closer to the exit, see that there are goblins who seem to be taking up their usual pathways. Whether the robots just simply aren't active right now, or are seeing the distribution of the orders that you guys had given them, you're uncertain. But the goblins do escort you past the front gates, into the maintenance tunnels, and out towards the garage, where at this point the Dragon Construct suit has been more cleanly and properly repaired, and its jaw hangs open as thousands of goblins begin to board it and ready it for its next flight. And Goblin 1, as you all enter, looks up and gives you a nod as all of you enter. Feeling rested?
Israel has a look that many people who have had bad nights of sleep recognize really well, as she just looks at him and says, "Thrilled to be here."
Excellent. So, what's the plan then? You want us to just drop you off back where we found you, or do you have a destination in mind? If we're planning to do our charade for the people of Jor, we'll need to make sure we're equipped for a longer flight.
I think that our first goal is to get the Zayden.
Soul Tide.
And then afterwards we will go to Jor.
Very well. Make preparations for a flight to Zaydan. And the goblins start to pack up crates of food and various supplies. And Goblin 1, putting their wrinkled hands together, looks up at all of you. Well, are you ready to leave now, or do you have any further errands? All right.
Utaka, are you good?
Yeah, let's get the fuck out of here. And we're like surrounded by these machines, right?
No, the robots are, again, you haven't seen any since you
Okay.
last gave them orders.
Right.
One, are there any refugees about that perhaps know of the situation in Zidane? Give us a better idea as to what we're facing.
They've told me what me and my colony what they were willing to share, but I can go fetch one and bring them here if you like.
Any of them can be a bit of a scout with us.
Several of them are decent enough fighters, but they lost most of their active guards and soldiers trying to fight the Soul Tide initially. Most of what's left is simply militia forces who were forced to retreat.
Yeah, no, not a fighter. That's probably a bad idea. Just someone that can, like, guide us through the lay of the land. Yeah?
Of course, I know somebody who's reliable. I'll be right back. Feel free to make yourself comfortable in the dragon. There should be enough room to take him with us. He may want to bring his daughters along, but I'm sure we can all fit.
Wonderful. Oh,
Oh, uh-oh.
wonderful. Then I will be waiting in the dragon. I'm gonna go to the cockpit.
All right. Also, we've been shifted around. I don't know if that happened.
Nope, we're good.
Okay, yeah, okay. All right, just wanted to check. Anyway. All right, Gaharis, you take your seat you had taken before in the cockpit, and you can see some of the goblins look a little nervous seeing you sitting near the pilot seat again, but does everyone want to take the seats they had taken last time? Avron and Israel in the central stomach area, and Utaka, since you have not been in this mech before, where would you like to be sitting?
I would like to be all up in Gaharis's business, trying to figure out what's going on up there.
All right.
I will try to explain it.
Gaharis,
The two
make a...
highest intelligence characters in the group.
Yeah, who are sitting near the pilot seat of a big mech. Gaharis, make me a vehicles check with disadvantage.
Well, you know, the first roll's a 7 plus whatever. Well, that's a nat 1.
Yeah, so, like, what does this do, Crank?
The jaw snaps shut, and you can hear, "Ah, my leg!"
Wait, so what is the skill that was needed?
Fuck.
What's that?
What skill was needed?
A vehicle check.
Vehicles.
Vehicle proficiency.
Oh, I got nothing.
Yeah.
That's just a straight what? To be honest, I don't really remember. I was pressing a lot of buttons at the same time. I only remember that this one is go and that one is the throttle.
Okay, so just the button. So, like, don't touch that one.
I
think someone's
looked to
screaming.
number 2.
Number 2.
I'm like, number 2, help me out. I don't remember.
One of the you don't know this is actually number 2, but one of the goblins, appearing to be a brown-skinned one with gleaming red eyes, and you can see a little bit of singe in their hair, just starts kind of pushing the two of you a bit away, and just, let's just wait until number 1 gets back.
Let's just leave that.
Okay, there's no need to be so pushy. I'm already going. I'll take a seat next to Kari and Utaka. And everyone. Just like plop down and be like, I've probably got thrown out.
Yeah, and the brown
He's
goblin.
sitting despondently, and Israel just goes like, there. just rubs his back. It's fine.
He tries to push me out, and then, like, I just stealth behind him, so he turns around and I'm there again.
Yeah, and they just don't touch anything, and they pull the crank to open the jaw back up, and you can hear a goblin from up front. Ah, my other leg!
Yeah, I'm just mumbling like, Zip, I would have remembered eventually once we started moving.
And Israel's like, sure, and she's pulled out her sewing while they're preparing for liftoff, and is just getting some work done. On
Yeah,
that
you just
list she
have
bought a while ago.
big flight delay energy.
Exactly. She's just like, sure, honey.
Like
All right.
2 minutes later, Utaka stumbles back over to where you are, clearly like thrown out of the.
Like, oh, you two? Plenty of room. Like shows on the bench.
They
If
just
it makes
didn't
you
want
feel
to
any
show
better,
up.
we're gonna be blowing this thing up soon.
Quite a bit of time passes, about 20 minutes, before the jaws open again and number one returns. And behind him, you can see 3 more figures. Directly behind number one, all of you see a dwarf. They're clothed in what appear to be various animal pelts, and their left eye is heavily scarred, as if something had, like, not even clawed it, but like this like concentrical ring of teeth around their left eye. And kind of Israel, like, kind of craning your neck a little bit. You can see behind them are 2 taller figures who, even though the one in front is much shorter than them, being a dwarf, they appear to almost be like kind of like quietly staying behind. One of them appears to be a human girl. Their hair is dyed this like kind of dull pink color, as if they had dyed it bright pink at one point, but has since faded. That is in an undercut. She appears to be a teenager or young adult. And next to her is a elvish girl who, due to elves tending to have very long hair, her hair is kept in these pigtails. She appears much younger than the human girl. But the 2 of them stand together, hand in hand, behind the dwarven man, who crosses his arms and approaches the 5 of you. And after a bit of consideration, finally speaks up in a low, gruff voice. So, these are the prospective heroes of Zidane, then?
Perhaps. Ivron, and he holds his hand out to offer him a shake.
At this, he kind of considers for him before holding out and shaking your hand. Wolflo Tinkjörg, these are my daughters.
Pleasure. We had some questions. Anything that would help us in defeating the Soul Tide, or at least addressing the issue.
Aye, and I'm told you're
Would
in need of
you
a scout.
mind at least coming with us? Yes, of course.
That I can do. I'll tell you what I can on the way there. I fought the thing myself. If anyone knows what to expect, it's I. Girls, sit down and buckle yourselves in. Maybe trusting the goblins to feed us, but I'm not trusting them not to crash this thing.
Oh, they're great pilots. The one you have to worry about is this one. She thumbs next to her with Garrus.
Wait, what?
Nothing, honey.
Why are you? What are you doing to me for? I ain't never fucking. Ugh, whatever.
I mean, it was that general direction. Utaka just happens to also be sitting in that general direction.
All right. It doesn't take long for the flight to be made ready, and they begin the process of sealing the dragon mouth and getting ready to swim up through the Lake of Mazai and come out into the bay that will lead you into Zidane. As this is happening, Wolflo leans in a chair and kind of looking over their shoulder at all of you. And you work with the Goldshine Supernatural Investigation Agency, is that right?
Why?
I've been keeping updated on the progression of cases. If it's true, then you may actually have some experience with what you're about to see.
We have a...
What?
And
Sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah, Ivron, I want to hear what you have to say.
Well, I'd just more so like to hear what he had to say. What exactly would we be facing?
All right, before we continue this round robin of politeness,
Fuck you.
thank you.
You're welcome. Let's keep
What's
going.
happening? Language.
He wanted me to do it.
There are
You
There are
did.
two
You
young.
did ask.
There are two young girls here.
Yeah, and you can see the pink-haired girl has kind of covered the ears of the younger one. The Soul Tide, well, we only call it the Soul Tide because of where we suspect it came from. I don't suppose your organization has found any progress on discovering what happened to Broadhead Bog, why the swamps have been disappearing.
We can't share anything we've learned on that.
Classified, I understand. Well, whatever they did, it left something behind. We've been getting reports from the north of something similar. A writhing tide of everything the swamp left behind when it disappeared. Leeches, snakes, spiders, bugs. Traveling in this massive swarm, feeding on anything they can find. Not even for meat. For essence. Life force. Magic. My shop was one of the first hit. I used to sell magic items on the top side. And the Soul Tide came in the night. Didn't even target me, just drained the magic of all of my entire shop, all of my items. And it still wasn't sated, and then it came after me. By that point, we were able to get the guards on it, and everyone had found it sucked dry. And kept going. Never seeming to run out of bodies. Leeches and worms falling from it like rain, leaving a trail of blood and mana in its wake. We only call it the Soul Tide because, well, it looks like bugs. The superstitious folk of Zaidan started to believe that it was an amalgamation of all the souls of the damned swamp. The spirits, they used to say. Spirits of the swamp. And without a swamp to call home, they started wandering. And this is what became of them. I heard that there was a situation of infestation up in the eastern swamp that your organization managed to deal with not long ago. Figured if anyone knows how to deal with some unnatural insects, it'd be you.
Utaka kind of licks at one of his teeth. Huh.
As for what I can tell you about it in battle, it's a monster. First thing it tries to do is close in on you, envelop you into its mass. Leeches, spiders, beetles, and wasps all biting at you. Blood will be drawn, sure, but that's not what they're after. They're after what's in it. Magic. You start to get tired after it bites you the first time, and he points to the scar on his eye. And then you feel what makes you you start to fade away. My strength started to fail me. My girls, their parent was an elf. They lost their magic, the spells they could cast. Eventually, even their long life started to fail them. What makes you you starts to get drained away, added to that amalgamated swarm. And if it kills you, whatever made you you gets added to it.
What do they worship up there? Those superstitious folk.
Hasn't been proper religious worship in Mazai in a long time. Most of the superstitious just rely on the old noble aristocracy lines, the pharaohs, back whenever Mazai was first settled. Beyond that, there's not much worship outside of cults these days. The halflings in the east. I've heard rumors of other such organizations springing up, but
Yeah, any of them out there?
out still in the city.
Nah, that cult you just mentioned out east. Any of them over there?
Uh, few, but whenever word hit us that the church had been hit with plague, most of the religious stayed put, didn't want to take the chance of the pilgrimage. But most who worshipped outside of the pharaohs already had gone east to begin with, or headed west. There used to be similar things north and south, but with the delusion of the swamps, they had to find greener pastures, literally. These days, all that's left is worship of the pharaohs. Not much else in the way of gods around here.
What's a pharaoh?
A pharaoh, it's basically whenever you worship your ruler and that makes them a god.
Huh.
Yeah, like I think
Do
Israel shares like a
Do you
look
know
with
the name of
Taka,
the?
like, I ain't about that. You ain't about that, I'm not about that.
Not about that.
Yeah, Harris is just sitting very pensive, like.
What was that? You're the captain, judging by your badge. Do you have a question?
What are the names of these pharaohs?
Oh.
What are they?
I'm not properly religious, never have been, but should be able to recall it. What was it? He takes a bit of time to think, but that gives you all time to contemplate over what you've been told. And to give me just a minute to pull up my relevant notes. Sorry, just a moment. Had this all written down all nice and organized, and now I just can't find it. After a bit of consideration, they don't exactly have proper names, not in the traditional sense anyhow, but they have titles that they've been given through people worshiping them. Way I always heard it growing up, there's 4 of them. The club, the heart, the diamond, and the spade. Old noble families of the same name, back whenever Messiah was first settled.
I forget. Did we ever learn what like domains they ruled? Because you said that they were the ones that never got useful domains or something like that.
One you do know is that the King of Hearts was given domain of being of essentially emotional dominion, and you know that the others, which would be the Queen of Diamonds, was given dominion over material wealth. However, unlike gods of a similar nature, they cannot simply summon it. They simply think of them as more the god of transactions. And then there's the Jack of Clubs, which from what you know is effectively their dominion is the act of violence. Whenever they were trapped in these domains, they were essentially the domains were designed very carefully in that they would not be given the ability to control anything, only to perceive it. To be trapped in a world where they can see the world but never touch it. And each of them was given power over something that they could observe but never directly change. Emotions, transactions, violence, and finally, this one was never given a name, simply spades, which from what you know, Spades does not necessarily have a known dominion, at least not one that you've learned. But you know that Spades is sort of the wild card of the noble families.
Noted. Thank you.
But yeah, that was right. King, queen, jack, joker, diamonds, hearts, diamonds, clubs, spades. Most settlements around here just worship the pharaoh that created their particular settlement. Some, like Veilbright, worship all of them. Well, all but the joker, of course.
Why not them?
I don't know how much you know of the story, but the Joker is the reason that the nobles are in the situation they're in. Loose lips sink ships and all that. Spread word among the monsters how to seal the nobles away, make it to where they couldn't lead their people any further. Without that, the empires couldn't expand. New rulers came, sure, but not ones as great as what we lost. Because of that, Joker doesn't tend to get active worshippers these days. Not unless you're trying to start a fight.
She looks.
Thank you for the
awful.
information, Wolflow.
Yeah, happy to help. I'm curious, though, does this connect to what's happening, do you think?
Could be. I don't think that I'm the one to answer this. And I think Ivron would look at Griaz, but because Derek isn't here, say maybe he's looking pensive.
He gives you all a nod and, well, let me know if there's anything else I can do, and I'm happy to help scout, although I'll warn you, there's not a whole lot to see. Ever since what happened to Broadhead Bog, everything's just a wasteland except for the city itself. Not much places to hide.
I remember all of that lovely experimental information that we have mentioned them draining the bog. Are there any other details I would remember specifically about when they drained the swamps for magic? Like any process that was gone into, any like deeper notes on, I guess, like experimental design?
All they said on the process itself is that a gnome, it doesn't have to be a gnome, but a gnome was simply who they chose to use, eventually acted as a substitute for the process that involved these swamps. And they would drain the swamp of its magic using a arcane ritual that was never written down, but from what you recall, did require multiple Children of Red Site operatives being present at the site. All magic from the swampland would be drained and distributed into the person who was chosen for the ritual. However, eventually the researcher discovered that what plants and animals could do en masse, one sentient magical being would be more than sufficient. So they started using gnomes instead. Overall, less death, even if it is of people rather than nature.
Right. Okay. So they discovered that draining the swamp was just inefficient. You could just drain a single magical creature and achieve the same effect.
Mm-hmm. But it has to be a thinking, feeling one. Rather
yes,
than
exactly. You know, sentience, because, you know, it's just not as tasty when they don't feel it. Mm-hmm. Rakshasas, 2022. So that's cool. That's fun. I feel like Israel's gonna like scoot over to like Griaz and start muttering. We'll get back to that.
Okay. Dutaka and Harris, anything from the two of you?
I would like to. While Israel scooches over, that like leaves a spot for Utaka to shift over and plop next to Ivron, and he kind of like elbows him. You want to keep wearing that badge?
Now, it still acts as a symbol of hope. And despite what we know or what we may think we know, the organization is still one that tries to do good in this world. Not to be manipulative, but it could also find us friends. So for now, I will keep bearing this badge. Unless you want to wear it, of course.
You're fucking kidding. Is that? Oh
That
my
was a funny
fucking.
joke.
That was fucking hilarious. We'll like clap him on the shoulder.
They high five. That was
Harris is clapping.
great.
All right, and Gaharis, anything
would-
from you before we see what Israel has for everyone?
Nope. Harris is going to be a good boy, sit where he needs to be sat, and I think is just waiting to get there. I think at this point,
Okay.
Harris is like a SWAT team Navy SEAL, like ready to jump out the back of a helicopter.
Yeah.
Just like
Okay.
I'm ready to go.
All right. In that case, Israel, Ivron.
All right. Israel is speaking to Griaz mostly about what she found in those notes, and she knows specifically that these are clearly like the turned or lost or confused spirits that may not be precisely of his swamp, but definitely a swamp. And so wishes to confer with Griaz on the matter of, but how do we fix the swamp spirits based on we know that they did magical slurpy noises, and that's how we got here via an arcane ritual. She's like, thoughts. Any thoughts on how we're gonna address rampaging spirits that are just eating things?
Griaz kind of thinks for a moment and, well, I ain't exactly in the market to start going around killing swamp spirits. Feels like kind of antithetical to my whole thing. But I was going to say that maybe we could just find a way to put enough magic back in the soil, get them to calm down. But it's supposed to be equal to one person's magic. So if they've already been draining people dry, why can't they just, I don't know, throw it all back up into the dirt and bring the swamp back to life?
It's a good question.
Swamp spirits are thinking little critters. They may not seem like it, but they do. There's thought behind everything in a swamp. And so I'm thinking, I don't know if it can still be done, but maybe we can try and reason with them, try and, talk things out.
That's what I'm thinking, at least. We have to try. Killing them just isn't, it's not going to solve the problem.
And
Even if we did manage to somehow kill a spirit. Like, she's just like, how would you even kill a spirit of a place when the place kind of exists and kind of doesn't? She's just like, metaphysically, it's tough for her as a peasant woman.
Yeah.
She doesn't have the tools to think really hard about how would that even work, though.
Yeah, and even if we do kill it, there'll still be the problem of, if the swamp spirits is dead, that means there can't be any swamp there no more. So
Exactly.
we're just gonna have to wait. We're just gonna have to wait for like nature to take its course. And I don't know if you know this, but nature taking its course takes a long ass time.
We'll think more on this. I think.
Although I do got a question.
Hmm?
I'm curious for your thoughts on this. Those notes you were reading, they said that they realized that there was no point draining the swamps anymore. Gnomes was doing the job for them, and yeah, that's terrible, obviously, but why are they going after my swamp too then, if they already know that they have something better?
Well, you heard them. Well, we heard me say them. Yes. So they had drained both swamps. I think before they realized they could just drain nose.
Yeah.
So your swamp was already hit before they had their magical realization. Oh, 3 swamps. Sorry. Thank you. There are 3? I missed it. I thought there were only
Well, okay,
2
so
swamps.
so to be clear, there are 4 swamps in this region.
4.
Uh,
Okay.
there's Fa Marsh to the north, Broadhead Bog to the south, the Black Swamp to the west, and the Endocrin Mire to the east.
Cool.
You know that the Children of Red Sight have drained north and south, had set a plague on east, and from what Griaz has said, are in the process of draining west.
Okay. They're in the process of it. Mm-hmm. Do you think it's for just a different purpose entirely?
That's what I'm thinking.
Maybe this particular form of magic is what they need, or they're draining the land to herd people in.
Heard him somewhere.
Because if she thinks about it, she's like, wait a second, there are swamps in all directions. They start draining all this land in a light circle. It's like they're encroaching inward. Maybe that's a plan, a trap. I don't know.
Well, you got a point there. Certainly leave limited options of places to go.
Why just a plague? Oh no, that's where they sent Regina, so of course. Okay. Yeah. And she's gonna go with the strong intuition of she's pretty sure that we're all being trapped. There's a deliberate reason why they have created this sort of like outer ring of death, decay, whatever. They're trying to keep people contained in that region.
Griaz kind of gives a nod, and I don't think I need to stress it. As soon as we're done with Zydan and the Soul Tide, because I do want to make sure these people can go back home, even if home is a desolate wasteland. We need to get to my swamp ASAP, because if you're right, then there's even more problems than just my home being all salty.
Bigger problems. And she's starting to think like big arrays of arcane magic that span entire like nations or something that might be used for some horrible, terrible purpose, not unlike a piece of media some people may have seen late night on Adult Swim. I don't know. Might be a reach, but you know, some crimes against humanity could occur. That's a strong feeling here in the air. Yeah. So with that, she just breaks like, good talk, Riaz.
Okay.
We're on the same page. If we want to talk to the spirits, figure out if there's literally any way to deal with them that's not killing them, ideally, and of course get to the swamp, because this doesn't have good vibes.
Okay. And anything from you, Ivron, before the dragon starts to reach its destination?
I think Ivron's just petting Yao and feeding Lauren.
Feeding your little bunny.
She's just been chilling. Yeah, she's been chilling in this knapsack. So he's been like, hey, I haven't forgotten about you.
It's been a long night for your animals. Because yeah, that kind of went slightly understated. That you guys basically did all of that over the course of like a night.
We
With that-
went hard.
Yeah.
Almost like
With
we're
that-
getting more efficient.
Yeah.
Who knows?
The dragon dives out into the freezing cold waters of the Mazai Bay and starts making its way upward towards the surface. And it doesn't take long. Utaka, you had seen this process from the outside. It's rather interesting now seeing it from within, as the goblins row to flap the wings and propel it through the water. And eventually the dragon breaches the surface, and you can hear one of the goblins up front give a like squeal that echoes out the tube into a roar from the dragon's mouth as it turns and starts to make its way towards the coast of the bay. And it's still a little bit of a flight, so you guys take your time to get your bearings, have your conversations, pet and feed your bunnies and pets. But eventually, about late afternoon, the dragon starts to descend, and we're coming in for a landing! And the dragon lands on the barren salt flat that was once the Broadhead Bog. All ashore is going ashore! I guess that's us then. Girls, you stay here with the goblins. And do you all exit the dragon mech?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'll exit.
Okay. You all exit the dragon mech at last. Some of you feeling a little wobbly as you take in your surroundings. You never saw Broadhead Bog in its prime, much as you never saw Fa Marsh in its prime either, but the surroundings are scarily identical to what you saw near Veilbright. Everything from the coast to as far as your eyes can see is just barren, starch, chalky white. No trees, not a blade of grass, not even a single lick in the wind. To your left currently, but what is to the compass direction east, you can make out the Kipling jungle and what appears to be the settlement of Cetisfo. And to your right, what would be the west, you can see that the stark white eventually gives way to slightly less stark brownish white, the rolling sands of the Arrowhead Desert. Although to call it a desert at this point is something of a strong statement, given that you can already, even in broad daylight, see patches of snow and icebergs hugging the coastline. Around you, there is nothing but a stretch of empty salt flat, and the dwarf points forward, what would be south, and if you want to make it to Zaidan, it's that way. May not look like there's anything there, but as of now, there's not. Just an empty city. The Soul Tide just patrols this part of the flats. Doesn't seem to have a nest it goes back to. Just keeps wandering, at least as far as I've seen.
Are there any parts of the cities that we should be looking out for that may have items of import that we should make a goal to recover?
At this point, our people just need food and water. But the goblins are keeping us supplied, at least. I doubt you have the barrels on hand to give us how much we really need, and my shop at this point has probably been licked clean by that thing. So, at this point, if you can find anything that the Soul Tide hasn't devoured in my shop, you're free to keep it, as long as it helps you take that thing down.
Did you lose your magic?
Not permanently. Started to take it from me, but I managed to pull it off me. I was forced to retreat.
So you tell me this. You lost your shop. You're having some trouble. you and your kids. There anything you can do to help us on this? Mr. makes magic items and sells them. We
It
got some
takes.
coin.
Are you strong arming me for money? Is that what this is?
Is it a what?
I think what my companion is trying to say is, if you have any items that we could use, that they might be willing to pay for them.
Yeah. No, if I want to strong arm you, you'll know.
He gives a bit of a shrug and thinks for a moment and not on hand, but in my shop there's a lockbox. Soul Tide can do a lot of things, but I don't think it can open boxes. Very least it doesn't have the key. If you can get me to my shop safely, if the box hasn't been torn open, as I said, whatever's still in there and still magically useful, I'll let you keep. I won't ask for coin as long as you use them to kill the thing.
So you want to come with us to there and then turn around?
If there's a key to the lockbox, you should probably just give it to us and stay safe. After all, you have a family to worry about, and we cannot guarantee your safety.
And we're gonna come back this way to get.
Oh, it's not that I
folks out
doubt
of
that, but I was under the impression you wanted me to act as a scout.
Oh no, we just wanted details about the city.
As far as till it starts getting dangerous, but if your soul tide thing is around your shop, maybe you shouldn't go that far.
Truth be told, I'm not sure where it lingers, but I won't push the issue. I'm happy for an excuse to stay with my daughters. He reaches into one of the pelts that he's wearing and pulls free a small bronze-looking key. And breaking it off from his neck, holds it out to you, Utaka.
My left hand takes it greedily, probably. I don't know.
Yes. Although as your hand reaches out without your bidding and snags it, you do feel some degree of control begin to reemerge over your fingers, as you've gotten at this point somewhat uncomfortably used to the sensation of it being almost kind of numb a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else? All right. In that case, I'll stay with the dragon and with my daughters. Just be careful out there, and remember, you can figure out where it's recently been by the trail of blood and mana. I don't know how long it lasts, if it goes away at all, but if you find the trail, you at least know that you're on the right track.
Well, that the case and the fucking land being what it is, y'all want me to fly up above ahead, see if I can find the trail?
That sounds like a
I
solid
say
idea.
that's not a bad idea.
All right.
Just don't cause any trouble. We still want the element of surprise, after all.
Yeah, you know me, I'm not like a troublemaker. It'll be fine.
Insight check. No, I'm kidding. At this point, I know.
No, seriously, like, what am I gonna do? Go down and like dismount and like fight some No, I'm coming back. Don't be melodramatic.
I mean, I suppose it depends on what you see, honestly. If you saw like a
Yeah.
pile of gold sitting out there and it's open,
Oh,
like
that's rough.
maybe one of the nobles in the city emptied their bank account and was running and got the deal.
Do you think? Like, should I be looking for like trails of gold and trails of blood? Because
What was
I
the-
can multitask.
What was the population of the city? Roughly.
Do you want to ask the dwarf?
I was just gonna go off my own history, like rough estimate based on the size, because we've seen this thing on a map.
Yeah, make a history check.
Ivron, do you know how many people used to live here?
Maybe.
Yours
If
one
you
was a
want to roll
map.
with advantage, you know.
It's direct, but I'll allow it. Make history with advantage.
That is a... What is my history modifier? I think it's a +3. It's +2. Okay, that is a 16 + 2, 18. But that's on the second roll. My first roll was like a 5.
Okay. Give me just a second. I do have this written down. I just need to double check to make sure I have it right.
And I just need a rough number. I don't need any details on the speculation.
Like
of how many...
demographics.
No, I just want, like, there were 50,000 people roughly in the city, and then that's all I need.
Yeah, and from what you know, so basically, if we're taking demographics completely out of the equation, Zidane was a very populated city, as it was, again, this kind of trade epicenter for a lot of Mazai, being on the southern coast and one of the few cities with access to the sea beyond Mazai. So it had a population, by your last reckoning, of probably like somewhere in the realm of 500,000 people.
I think that it is very possible that there were a lot of rich people that probably didn't get out. Judging by the amount of refugees down in Liberty.
I don't think this is appropriate conversation to have in front of a esteemed guest.
I suppose I can't fault you for wanting to profit, and for what it's worth, an abandoned city I hear does make a good bandit hideout.
Huh. Alright. Look, I'm not gonna die. I'll just be back. Everything good? Cool.
Famous last words. I'm not going to die. I'll be right back.
The city itself is about 2 days' journey south of here, but the land between here and there is still the people of Zidane's. We just share it with the rest of the Baldwin Sultanate. The city of Balt is only a day's journey south if you want to stop there first.
Alright, and this soul tide can be anywhere in all this space. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I've heard.
Okay.
But not a lot of places for it to hide unless it just up and vanishes.
Then I will go looking, but you guys, I guess we might not see each other for half the day.
Well, at the very least, you won't lose track of each other.
Yeah, I can always find these fucks.
Stick out a bit like sore thumbs.
I'll send you a message if anything comes up.
The dwarf gives you all a bow and starts trudging his way back to the dragon mech to remain with his daughters. All the information he can provide has been given.
Which direction are you guys gonna walk while I'm gone?
I was just gonna take the direct route.
To where? It could be anywhere in here.
I assume it's gonna find us. Rather
Yeah,
than
like
us finding
the
it.
city toward his shop, I think, is probably going to be our heading at first.
Yeah.
Okay, so the city that's 2 days that way?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are going towards Zidane.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna like scout more of the
Just surrounding area, generally speaking. Yeah.
and then I will theoretically come and find you in about 10 to 12 hours.
Which should be pretty easy considering it's like a salt plain and we're the
Yeah, that's what
only
I was
dots
thinking.
of color.
It's
No, yeah,
flat.
even the
It's
dwarf was pointing
easy.
it out. Like you can't exactly lose track of each other, and it's not like there's anywhere for
Yeah.
the soul tide to hide.
That being said, Matt, are there wagons and things like that that we can see standing out? Because I assume the terrain is fairly flat at
Make a
different intervals, I suppose.
Yeah,
Yes,
make a
I would be
perception
happy
check.
to. That is a 22.
Looking around, you can actually just make out the very top crests of Zidane on the horizon. And you can also see the settlement of Balt, which essentially acts as a pit stop between Cetisfo and Zidane. But as for caravans and things, you do see a fair few are abandoned between those three cities, seemingly just abandoned by those running them on the road. No beasts of burden in sight, nothing of that nature. And you don't see much in the way of the carnage you would expect for a monster rampaging through this area. Not even skeletons of something that's been stripped to the bone. So you do see abandoned caravans and the occasional thrown aside personal effect, but you don't see any bodies or blood or anything that would indicate someone has come to harm. Just possessions left behind, as if not only has all the life in Broadhead Bog been evaporated, but so was everyone here since then.
All right. Are there any footsteps leaving any of the? Well, I guess we're not close enough.
Yeah. Not that you'd be able to see from here.
So, in which case, I will summon Naden using a second level spell slot back in his infernal glory.
The familiar, horrifying tea kettle whinny.
Yep. As my nightmare kind of pops out. There seem to be a lot of carriages and caravans that seem to be abandoned. Roughly, how far away are they? Like an hour's ride, or?
The caravan tracks or the cities?
The abandoned caravan.
Well, like I said, most of the caravans are between the three cities.
Okay.
And while you can see a few abandoned wagons on the coastline, that appears to just be what the refugees were using. Okay. The closest of the trade routes to you, so it's about a day's journey. The closest one to you estimate, if you ride as fast as you can, would probably be about half a day's journey south to check the nearest trade route.
Okay. In which case, I won't deviate from the plan. I will stay with the party and keep going towards the city.
I hope it doesn't feel like I'm like...
No. I'm just trying to get a picture.
Yeah.
If I ain't back by dark, y'all light a torch. Help me find you.
Can do.
Make a fire at night.
I think I can do one better, but I'll show it off later tonight if need be.
Alright. Bet.
How much are we betting?
Oh. Okay. You know what? On a sliding scale of like 50 to 100 gold, depending on how impressed. Up to 100 gold, depending on how impressed I am.
Then I will make it as impressive as I possibly can.
Okay. And then Utaka will take out an ebony fly statuette and activate it.
Okay. Activating your fly figurine, you take to the sky. Garrus, mounting your nightmarish steed. Avron, do you wish to mount Yao?
Yes.
And Israel, how will you be traveling?
You know what? Probably on back of Naden with Garrus.
All right.
Usually, that's how I travel.
All right. In that case, Griaz approaches Ivron as they're mounting Yao and just, is it cool if I ride with you? My my horse crimes ain't gonna get me all the way there.
Of course, my friend. That is, if it's okay with you, Yao.
Yao kind of takes a minute to kind of size up the bugbear, and after a long period of consideration, kind of and like lays down a bit. And hey, all right, I'll take that. And
Thank you, my friend.
with that, the as per the norm unusually mounted party, Utaka taking to the skies to scout.
Oh wait, Barry should be with them.
Uh,
That's fair.
All right.
Yeah,
Because
no, that's true.
I left Barry on the coastline.
Yep. We would have had to get Barry.
but you left Barry in the Kipling jungle, did you not?
Because we rode down.
All right, I wasn't sure if you had brought him with you into the into Liberty or not.
Oh, well,
Uh,
no. But I think we could have probably made a pit stop.
Oh.
Retroactively.
Oh, and I was also gonna say, like, you guys could just like, it seems like they just kind of follow Utaka whenever it's convenient. So now that you guys are
Just
back on
shows
the
up.
surface, yeah, like you can just wait for Barry to get here on their own.
Barry knows.
Oh.
You know, one sec.
I don't want Barry to feel abandoned.
Here, one sec. I had to spare you the Barry.
Just in case.
Just in case.
Yeah, you to be fair, you never know.
Magically show up.
Barry just shows up. That's what I used my points for. Was just Barry is here. Barry
right.
got through there with not even a thorn.
Noted. All right. Utaka taking to the skies. Israel and Geharis on Geharis' Nightmare Steed, and Ivron and Griez on the back of Yao begin darting into the desolate salt flats that was once Broadhead Bog. As the desolate, windless land greets you. Utaka, you don't even have the wind running through your hair, just stillness and empty lifelessness as you proceed deeper into the salt flats. And we're going to take a break.
Oh, goodness. Okay, so
You're muted on our end, buddy.
you all don't need to hear me, but I'll mute myself out of generosity because I'm gonna... So we'll be back in, let's say, 10 minutes at 10:07. Don't go anywhere. I hope you all are having a wonderful night. Get some water, stretch, hydrate a little. If you need to do a little dance because you're so excited, I won't stop you. But we'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. It has been a whole whopping more minutes than I said we would take. But that's because I'm a terrible, terrible liar, and I cannot be trusted when it comes to time management or the expectations of how long we will take a break for. I deeply and humbly apologize on behalf of me and the cast. Not saying it's their fault, but also it's on me. Where were we, Matt?
I'd be happy to tell you where we were. When we last left off, you all were making your way across the salt flat that was once Broadhead Bog, in search of the city of Zydan, where there's said to be a trove of magical items that await you as payment of sorts for this quest you're about to undertake. But somewhere in this God's forsaken wasteland is a swarm of seething swamp spirits that seek to replenish their magic after the Children of Red Sight cruelly drained it away. So, with a troop of very magical beings carrying very magical items, you begin to make your way across the land where there is nowhere to hide. We'll pick up there. So, over the course of your travel, beyond just your obvious, like, looking at your surroundings, is there anything anyone particularly wants to do or say just while crossing this wasteland? Okay.
I'd like to keep an eye out for any notable not refuse, but abandoned belongings or abandoned carts, yada yada, that are within, a 30 minutes deviation of where we're headed, or maybe like an hour.
Okay, make a perception check.
Sure. That is a 18 plus 3, that's a 21.
Okay.
I want to be noting the nature of the area, like more about the natural world. Like, what is the state of the salt flat? Does it seem like a living salt flat? Is it just completely dead? Sort of like magic levels, any sort of creatures? Or is this just like the general, I guess, natural state of affairs?
Make me a nature check.
Cool. Let's do it. Can I have Griaz help me?
Yeah, sure. And just kind of keep your rolls on standby. Ivron and Utaka, anything, again, just other than scouting from the two of you?
I'm not with them.
No, yeah, just like, just in general while I'm covering like what you all see and whatnot.
There is something I want to do, but I'd rather cover them first.
Okay.
30-20.
Thank you. And Ivron?
I would say that Ivron probably is looking, as they travel, looking for some sort of tactical advantage within the terrain. I know this is salt flat, but because it used to be something else, is it actually flat, or is there some sort of rock and terrain that we can use?
I'll note that in my upcoming description. Gaharis, what'd you get on your perception?
A 21.
All right, thank you. As Utaka flies away, you guys begin your crossing, making your way towards the city of Zydan, which lies 2 days away. As you make your way, it begins to set in just how desolate and almost unwelcome you are. Not in the sense that the land is actively hostile to you, more in the sense that this land does not welcome anything. Gaharis, there's no wind blowing through your hair. Israel, the sun beats down on you, but not even with the like cloying heat, which would be unnatural in and of itself, given that it's in the dead of winter, but more the idea that the sun's beating down on you and it's enough to be blinding, but not enough to be warming. As if your body's maintaining this deliberate neutrality, refusing to lean one way or the other. And Ivron, scanning the landscape, everything's gone. No rocks, no trees. The only things you can see are things that are man-made. Anything that was naturally occurring here has been either destroyed completely, possibly reduced to dust, or absorbed into the salt flat itself. One way or another. The terrain never changes, at least not perceptibly. There's nothing to hide behind, to climb upon. It is just open, desolate, and flat. Gaharis, as you get later into the afternoon, and the sky begins to take on a kind of reddish yellow tint, a few things finally do begin to emerge that disrupt you slightly. Disrupt the monotony of this crossing. There's a chill breeze in the air. A bit beyond pleasantly cool and more into the, like, getting a bit of a chill in your bones kind of cool. And Israel and Griaz, just looking around for any sign of nature or trying to get a feel for the land. Israel, while you may not be a ranger in the traditional sense, you do still have something of a connection to nature. And you don't even necessarily get the sense that this land is hostile to you or unwelcoming. You just get the sense that there's nothing. You can't commune with what isn't there. If you're trying to understand the nature of this, like a druid or ranger would, making a sort of phone call to the spirits, it's like you're calling and you're just getting a dial tone. There's nothing. No voice of the spirits, no whisper of the wind, nothing that would indicate that anything has ever, will ever, or could ever live here. You don't even see flies or insects. Nothingness. Griaz, looking around and being a druid, the most out of place here. Griaz is silent for most of the trip, but then does eventually pipe up after long silence, where the only thing you guys can hear is your own footsteps, as if you're the one source of life and sound in this wasteland. Griaz does finally kind of mumble to himself, but in the silence, it's clear as day. If I had to imagine where, less than nice people go when they die, this is probably about what I would come up with.
It is very empty. A little bit cold, though.
Yeah, I'm starting to get that too.
Is the cold emanating from any individual
Direction?
area? Yeah, like, is it coming from beneath us? Is it coming from above? Around?
Make a survival check.
Oh, no. Okay. Oh, boy. Here I go, surviving again. 11 plus 7, 18.
Given that this is the one source of breeze you're getting, it's actually fairly easy to get a feel of what direction it's coming from. While the breeze itself is emanating just kind of passively, so you can't finger and feel the air for it, you do notice that the cold does get noticeably denser and stronger the further into the wasteland you're going. So its source is either further south or in the center.
Okay. Griaz, do you want to take a look with your goggles?
Yeah, sure. And pulling the goggles down over his eyes and flicking them a bit, he looks around and and pulling the goggles back up, nothing. And I don't mean like metaphorical nothing, like, oh, what's going on? Oh, nothing much. I mean like literally nothing. It's like we're walking on air.
Well, that is not very relieving to you. Should we get our winter coats out?
Maybe. I already got my winter coat on. I'm a fuzzy guy.
What What would happen, do you think, if you tried to, I don't know, cast some sort of druid spell on the ground? Do you think this can be healed?
It's certainly worth a shot. Let me see if I got anything in my repertoire that'll do some, make the salt a little less salty. I'm actually seeing if he has anything that would allow him to do something like that. Most I can do is, at least right now, is make a little flower bloom.
Just some food for thought. I don't want you to expend any energy yet, but something to think about.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Utaka, scouring the skies. You see much of the same things and feel much of the same things that the party does, but you don't even have the distraction of company and the voices of others, just the beating of your fly's wings. For better or for worse, however you internalize your isolation. What would you like to do, if anything, besides your scouting job?
Do I find anything interesting for the first like 2 hours or so?
Make a perception check.
Is that at advantage considering I'm
Yeah, I'll say elevated in an area this easy to see. Advantage, yeah.
okay? Perception. At advantage, it's a 14. I also
Okay.
rolled like a 3, so that was great.
All right. Utaka, the harsh sunlight against the stark white ground makes it hard for you to like just stare directly at it, even if you are looking for disruptions in it. So you find yourself kind of squinting and like trying to like kind of hold a hand over your eyes a lot of the time. But you are able to make out a few things of note. As mentioned, you can see the settlement of Balt to a day's southeast from the party. You can see the little dots that are the party themselves traveling along the barren landscape. You can see that the border between the Broadhead Bog Salt Flat and the Arrowhead Desert Sands are about a day's journey west. And you can see some of the sand dunes are kind of like rolling over into the salt flats and starting to kind of bury parts of them. And you can see at this height, especially, how much the desert is littered with loose, unnatural belts of snow. You can see some movement in the desert, but most of it appears to be animal life, although you do notice the movement of what you suspect to be the very subtle, small movements of little scorpions and snakes in the desert, which makes you happy. Know that you're never too far from vermin. And a few days south, you can see the homes and buildings of the large commercial city of Zidane. With your meh perception, you do not see anything else of note.
Okay, so that's just for the first couple hours.
Yes.
Okay. That said, so I guess I'm gonna try and figure out one or two things. So those travel times, that's estimating like ground travel?
Yeah, on foot, and assuming you rest for the night.
Okay, so do I think that I could make it to one of those places that was like half a day's travel, just like in the fly, or
Let me actually
like in
check.
less time, or
You definitely could get there faster, but let me see if let me see how long it would take you exactly. Give me just a second. I have this written down. Luckily, I saved a little reference thing for travel times. Where did I put you? I know you're around here somewhere. And I would say, just as a quick side note, by the way, that the ones that are half a day's travel are the trade routes between the three cities. Garrus, I wanted to see if there was any like abandoned carts or anything, just
Right.
like just to make sure that that's. I didn't want it to be like, oh, okay, where's the city?
Well, okay, so there was the one town and there was the border between the places, and you said both of those were about like a day or something?
So yeah, basically, from where you are, it would be about half a day to get to Cetisfo or the trade route between Cetisfo and Balt. It would be about a day's travel again on foot to get to Balt, and then 2 days to get to Zydan.
Okay, so Cetisfo, is that where the group is going, or is that a
No,
different
that
place?
they're going to Zydan. Cetisfo is the city on the other side of the Kipling jungle. You guys were heading that way from Jor, but made a detour to do what you're doing right now.
Okay, so if from where I am, I don't see any immediate trail or anything, then I'm more trying to scout the area. Would I estimate that I could head towards this Cetisfo place, see if there's anything happening there, and then make it back to the group before 12 hours are up?
Before 12 hours are up, so the party's going that fast on foot. That means you're going about that fast. Yeah, easily.
Okay.
Yeah, easily.
Okay, then I will just start heading in that direction. However, I do want to, after a few hours, when I am a fair distance from the group, like we can't really see each other from, like if I were to be on the ground or anything like that, um, then I would like to take like a 15-minute break on the ground and do a thing.
Okay, so when you're about halfway there and just away from the group enough to where you can't see each other.
Yeah.
Okay, noted. We will come back to you. Anything from those of you making your way to Zydan before night falls? All right. You guys spend the better part, and by the better part, I mean most of the day, trekking across this barren, magically drained landscape. Nothing but the landmarks of man made structures to give you any indication that there could ever have been life here. And this place doesn't drain you the way that a desert does, not in the way that you thirst for every drip of water, where you're desperate for food. It drains you in the way that it's just demoralizing. The idea that this was all once lush green and has been reduced to nothing but dust. The fact that you can't see an end to it in any direction, basically, and what you can see doesn't look any more welcoming. The desert is frozen, and the jungle, houses dangerous predators. And even then, those are days' journey away from you. No matter where you go, it's wasteland. And you've lost sight of your cleric rogue, although they assured you that they would not be too far out of reach from you as they journeyed. And night begins to fall on you in this wasteland. Utaka, you begin making your way towards Cetisfo, seeing the distant town on the cusp of the Kipling jungle. Thankfully not as damaged by the draining of the swamp, as they still had the jungle to rely on for greenery and sustenance. But with that said, you make it about halfway before you stop to take your 15-minute break. As your fly kind of starts to clean their head and rub themselves, what would you like to do?
I would like to kind of, I guess, kneel down in the salt and reach a hand down and, um, like whisper, like, you can come out, and kind of like look around and see if I can find any little spiders or critters. There are spiders that only live in like salt flats and stuff. They do exist.
No, yeah, I was more just like considering. Uh, Make me an Arcana check.
All right. Oh my god. This is going to be the highest Arcana roll in my entire life. That is a dirty 20. A +1.
Taka, around you, several sensations begin to happen. There's a gust of wind. Finally, some sort of breeze, a miniature lick. You begin to be able to taste air, like there's some kind of sense on it. Almost like one by one, your sensations of the world around you are beginning to return. And you can smell what to you by this point is a somewhat familiar smell, the acridity of swampland. As springing from cracks in the salt flat emerge, not spiders, leeches, who begin to kind of curiously inspect your fingers. Centipedes begin to crawl out from cracks. Beetles, and finally, indeed, spiders, wasps, worms, all sorts of nauseating, awful vermin begin to emerge from the ground as if summoned around your fingers and begin to kind of curiously inspect and crawl all over your hands.
Hello, children. He will take some of them onto his body, not particularly the leeches. He values his own blood. Although, wait, no, they're friendly. They might not. I don't know. Or maybe that's how they display their affection. Who knows?
I actually do know a friend of mine had pet leeches for a while.
Oh, concerning. He will invite some of the insects to share his company as he sets up a burn of incense and takes out a vial of like a acrid little liquid that he's going to uncork and pour onto the incense, and kind of like pour a vial of cottonmouth venom. And he would like to cast divination.
Very well. Let me pull up that spell to make sure I'm thinking of the right one. Okay. You may ask your question.
This soul tide, is it yours and can I control it?
As you say this, you start to hear this kind of, and you see emerging from cracks in the salt flats, starving, hungry looking rats begin to clamber out and start to approach you and just start to encircle you. And one of the rats kind of doing that little thing they do where they stand up, kind of sniffs at you for a while, and then once it's sure you're looking at it, gives a shake of the head, but then a nod.
All right. Hey there. You want?
You cut out on that, sorry.
Hey there. You want to come with me?
The creatures all begin to surround you further, and you notice more and more unusual things are starting to emerge from the cracks in the ground now. You notice oozing black and green slimes, oozes, and snakes beginning to slither out, as if they were just hiding underground and waiting. And they begin to all just encircle you. Some of the rats and snakes are even bold enough to start climbing into your lap, and spiders and wasps start to climb up your arm. And the rats just start clambering up your chest and onto your shoulder as you start to get basically bathed in vermin.
We're gonna go on a bit of a trip. It's gonna be windy. So you're gonna have to tuck in. Got a couple bags, but if you want to go, we can go. All right?
The creatures all kind of sway to the sound of your voice like snakes being charmed. And how do you wish to transport this corral of vermin you've built up? I will say at a head count, you estimate that there are easily 300 individual vermin here, and more keep emerging by the second.
Right. He's just going to, like, this is their decision. He's not trying to tell them they have to go with him. He's friendly. He's not like telling them what to do.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna go and mount up on Onyx, guide some of the rats to his shoulder or against his chest, and open up some of the bags. So if things want to crawl in, they can. If anything wants to crawl around the saddle on Onyx, it can. But
And is this a bag of holding or just a regular bag?
He had a couple like pouches. I don't think the bag of holding, because as far as he's aware, oxygen doesn't work in there.
Okay.
And he's not trying to suffocate his little friends.
That's valid. The moment you make your offer, the creatures start to climb. And even Onyx starts to look a little confused as rats climb up to get on your shoulders. Leeches start to do that little spindly end over end climb they do and start to hook onto your legs. Beetles and wasps are clinging to your arms and chest. All sorts of vermin and nauseating creatures begin to make themselves comfortable in, on, or around you. And soon you have built up something of a following. You would estimate at a very vague head count that at this point you're easily up to 400 individual vermin, and still more keep emerging.
Well, he's gonna take off and fly, and whatever can stick on and he warned them that there would be wind, so it's on them now.
Okay. Okay.
But that's the answer he wanted to have. So he's going to go and see what he can see of the town from above, and then head back up.
All right, so you're not going to enter Cetisfo, you're just going to scout it and then
Well,
head back?
It depends what he sees from above.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify. Okay. In that case, you take off, and to your surprise, the vermin stick. Not a single awful little head falls off of you. And the newly crowned king of vermin, you start to take off. I mean, you're riding a fly. There's leeches on your legs, wasps on your arms, snakes in your pockets, and rats on your shoulder. I think if there is a king of vermin, you are that right now. And the priestess, the vermin king, rides. And you start making your way. At this point, it's getting to about mid-afternoon. And as the fly flies, you arrive at the boundaries flying overhead of Cetisfo. Cetisfo, unlike what you presume Zydan to be, given that you've not seen it, is not lifeless. There's still bustling activity. People move in the streets. And while there is a kind of caution to it, everyone's moving kind of slowly and carefully. There doesn't seem to be even so much as a slowdown of activity. You can see the grand castle of presumably the acting lord overseeing a nice looking, well-off city.
Okay. That said, then he doesn't have much reason to go down. But I would like to, from this vantage point, see if I can see the approach of anything, like drawn to this many people.
Make a perception check.
That is going to be a 16.
You do not see anything drawn to them, not that you can see anyway, although you can make out a very small little cloud of sorts moving along the ground, but on closer inspection, it appears to be the vermin who were not on the fly when it took off trying to catch up with you. However, A thought does occur to you, admittedly, looking this high up. As I mentioned, there is activity in Cetisfo. People are still clearly living there, but the activity is somewhat slow and cautious. And by this point, you're getting to like close to late afternoon. You do notice people are starting to get off the streets now. They're starting to head inside. There's not a panic to it. There's just this sort of everyone heading in. And while you could, of course, easily chalk that up to it's getting late, everyone's going to bed, most cities this size tend to have something of a nightlife. So it does admittedly strike you that you can see people already going indoors when the sun's not even set yet.
And the jungle's not far away, right?
Yeah, the jungle is literally just outside of the city's borders.
Okay, so I was looking out towards the marsh, but if I kind of fly closer and go along the boundary of the jungle, is there anything I can see in there that might be endangering these people?
I'll use your perception check from earlier since
Sure.
it's more or less the same sort of vibe. As you fly low to the ground now, flying along the ground, you don't see anything in the jungle that at least concerns you, nor do you hear anything. You can hear the sounds of life, which again is relieving after being in basically silence outside of your menagerie for a while. But you don't see the Hydra or the lycanthrope that Israel was talking about. You don't see any predators, nothing in the jungle that would indicate a sense of danger.
Okay. Then at this point, I think I'm gonna cut my loss on this scouting. I haven't seen anything, but that's fine. I didn't necessarily expect to. I will send a sending spell to Ivron. Hey, ain't seen the fucking soul tide thing out in the flat or down by Cetisvo. They seem fine. Weird vibe. I'm on my way back. And he'd get that about halfway through the day.
I think Utuk is on his way back. Good. And that's all you get from it, Ron.
You're gonna receive another sending spell. I'm really bored. You know you can say more than good, right? Like, at least 25 words. Scratch that. Actually, exactly 25 words. Learned that the hard.
I didn't know anything else needed to be said, save for good. But I will try better in the future. XXXOO.
God, Ivron is me texting.
I'm a one-word reply giver.
Same.
Just okay, good,
Yeah.
thumbs up, emoji.
Yeah.
At least
Yeah.
I didn't leave Utak on read, you know? So
Yeah.
But that's a power move.
Okay.
Is getting the sending, having them know you got the sending, and just not reply. It's just like they're like, you know, you can reply, and you're like, oh, I know.
Oh, I'm aware.
Oh, I know.
All right, Utaka, you start making your way back?
Yep.
Okay. On the back of Onyx, you will regroup. Again, the party's hard to miss, especially as they're setting up camp at this point. Do you guys follow Utaka's request
Wait,
to
is
light a
it
fire?
nighttime?
It's about to be. The sun's going down.
Sweet, because I have 100 gold on the line, potentially. So I'm gonna do a thing, Matt.
What would you like to do as the sun is beginning to set?
So, firstly, because we all had nightmares yesterday, are we able to go into the castle? Would be my first question.
No, what he meant was that you will need to fear someone with the sword
Okay.
before the castle can be open to you.
Okay.
The Nightmares was to allow you and Nightmare to work together on crafting the castle
Okay,
itself.
solid. Okay, so I have something. So as it starts to get night, like that dusky, you can barely make the silhouettes out of people. I will draw my sword and begin to walk around in like a 30-foot radius, holding my sword up to the sky. And as I do, the blade kind of cuts the darkness almost unnaturally as it begins to pull. And as I kind of fill the circle, you see the night sky in like a 30-foot radius. Or actually, I think it's 60 feet total. 60 feet around me gets sucked in. So it's like this nighttime, except in a 60-foot radius, 60 feet high, in which sunlight begins to shine as I cast the good old daylight spell. And it will last an hour.
Utaka, as you're riding along with Onyx and you're scouring the salt flats as the sun's beginning to set, looking for your party, you've been in the air for several hours at this point, and then finally, whenever you're just like, they're probably going to light that fire and I'm going to find them that way, you see you're almost blinded by this just like atomic bomb going off on the horizon, basically, as not only the daylight itself, but it glistening off of the starch white salt flats, which then reflects it further, and basically that whole part of the salt flats just like becomes blinding to look at.
It's 60 feet bright light, 60 feet dim light. So
Yeah,
120 feet.
Yeah, and that's just
at all.
I figured I should probably try that. Can you do the Zativron?
In a way, though I don't think I would choose now to do it. That's a beacon, brother. Like, everything's gonna know we're here.
That is wonderful. It saves us the time of having to look for it.
I suppose we're not resting tonight, and Ron clips back on his chainmail.
It will only last for an hour, Ron. It's not like...
I like to imagine Israel's just sitting there like squinting, has like sunglasses on, getting a tan.
Oh, she's just put up her hood and she's just going about setting up camp as normal.
Yeah, Utaga's gonna draw some cloth in front of his eyes so he can actually vaguely see.
Because she's like, this is like it was earlier today when she had also put up her hood because it's freaking bright. These people who didn't wear hoods, looking at you, Gaharis, has sunburn. Like, his cheeks are probably purple.
I have a helmet. I just
oh, he's got a helmet? All right, cool.
And I mentioned as one of the unnatural properties of this place that even though you can feel the sun beating down on you, it just is like this like neutral heat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Harris is just in play, just throw it on the visor and just be like...
Oh yeah, and then it was more for brightness than anything to keep it, because otherwise, it's like, my God, my eyes hurt.
No, valid.
She also sees in the dark really, really far usually. And this is a little painful, a little sensitive.
All right.
That's fair. I mean, I will turn it off as soon as we can see Utaka buzzing on the breeze.
You'd have a harder time spotting that.
Yeah.
Fair.
The black fly in the night sky.
We see the black mass of vermin and think it's the thing come to end us all. It's just Utaka.
I mean, we probably hear you before we see you. Like, flies are loud, like... Bzzz,
yeah, it's like you hear a helicopter approaching.
Yeah.
Considering we were hearing our footsteps, too, as we were traveling.
Yeah.
It's going to be resonating.
Gosh.
Sure enough, you guys hear the sound of Utaka's approach before you see it. Utaka with cloth drawn over their head to protect them from the agonizingly bright light you've created, Gaharis, parks Onyx, and all of you see that Utaka is coated in gross creatures. Rats, beetles, wasps, leeches, all just hanging off of them in clumps.
Picked up some friends.
Yeah, Okay, when you said it was gonna be like impressive, I didn't think you were trying to make me fucking crash on the way back. Do you understand how fucking blinding that was? And still is. Can you turn it off? Like, I'll give you some gold. It was pretty cool. Okay, like a lot bigger than a fire.
I mean, is that what I was going for? And
Yeah.
I will just wave the sword around my head once, and just the night sky just fills it up as the sword waves around in a circular motion.
And Gaheris, as you're doing this, Utaka, well, again, you're rubbing your eyes and eyeballs. You start to feel weight being taken off of you as the verminous creatures start to fall off. And you notice, Gaheris, as you start waving your sword, the leeches and rats are like crawling along the ground, and the rats are like licking at the salt where your daylight spell is touching. And as your daylight recedes inward from the night sky, filling it up, they retract further and further in, like trying to get like even a scrap of the light, until the last of the daylight fades away. And
Children. What was that about?
the rats and leeches kind of look around, and even the wasps and beetles and such on you are like starting to get in on it, until attention's turned to Gaheris. The hairs on the rat's back raise up. The leeches display their concentrical teeth and start to like slither towards the Cambion.
How about a heavy dose of fear? Is what I have to say.
Gaheris,
Are you just gonna cast that before
Yeah,
I
I was gonna
call
say,
back?
Utaka, do you, or rather, Gaheris, do you
I just
allow?
have to fear something or someone.
So you're gonna cast fear regardless?
Actually, no. I'm not. I will use my divine. I'm not using the sword to cast fear, but I'm using the divinely inspired fear that I can specify who I want to fear.
All right, and who would you like to fear?
All of these critters that are gross and disgusting, and I don't want them near me. Take your smelly children elsewhere, please.
Okay, and what's the DC on this?
It is a wisdom saving throw, and it is, Channel Divinity. And it's been forever since I've used this. Conquering Presence, there we go. It's a wisdom saving throw of a DC 17.
Okay. Okay. And can this affect? Well, yeah. Okay.
Anything that can be feared,
All right.
it'll apply to.
Okay. I was just double checking something. Sorry.
Yep, no worries.
Utaka, just as you're about to call back your little friends, Gaheris, what does this look like, just for flavor?
So, as they start like raising their hackles and kind of taking a threatening posture, Gaheris's plate seemingly grows much larger, like a shadow behind Gaheris expands their visage. Like their presence is something threatening and unnatural, and that aura just kind of expands and just sweeps over these creatures.
And Gaheris, as that aura sweeps, Utaka, you're about to start calling them back, and you see Gaheris do this, not affecting you, but affecting your friends. But they stand unmoved. Gaheris, the soul tide is immune to the frightened condition. And you watch as more and more and more vermin begin to arise from cracks in the ground. As the sun begins to set and your daylight spell takes away the last bit of light that was chasing them away, vermin loyal to Utaka and Utaka alone begin to rise from the ground, ready to drain all of you, as the dwarf predicted.
I summon sunlight again! I can do it twice a day! Just woof!
They're not gonna hurt you.
They are not normal creatures. These are not creatures.
Are they?
Back here.
Everyone will use divine sense around the creatures.
Averon, as you just extend your divine sense, every one of these creatures gives off an aura. Divine sense just tells you the creature type and what type they are, right? It doesn't tell
I think
you
it's
their
Fae
alignment.
Fiend, Undead.
It's just for Ron's Oath of Devotion, it's Celestial Fiend or Undead.
Yeah, I was just checking because sometimes I know Detect Evil and Good tells you their alignment too, so I wanted to check.
Yeah.
Averon, every last one of these creatures registers on your radar as undead. However, Utaka, as you and call them back to you, Geharis, as you're getting ready to cast your daylight spell, the creatures stop and all begin to swarm around Utaka. Not aggressively, just forming an almost audience at a theater-esque circle.
Calm. I told you we were gonna come here. Don't hurt them.
And the wasps kind of buzz their wings, seeming a little irritated, but following directions, as your Spectre pin holds their loyalty.
Ron leans to Geharis and mentions that he picked up that they're undead.
And
So,
Israel?
So Israel has speak with animals. Can she understand what these things are chittering so excitedly to Utaka about?
Are you going to cast Speak with Animals?
It's at will.
Oh, yeah.
So she can just always do it forever.
Okay, yeah, I got to keep that in mind. Sorry, that was my bad.
I mean, my question is, if something is undead, does it classify as an insect anymore? Or does it just
precisely? That's sort
undead?
of where the question's leading. Of do they still qualify?
because if it doesn't work, we'd be like, Utaka's pin might not work for very long.
I will double check Speak with Animals itself. Okay. Israel, you find that you can't understand their squeaks and chitters. So they are not affected by your ability to commune with animals. At least normal animals. But they do seem to, for now, be swayed by Utaka's pin.
How many of them are there?
Harris doing a head count. At this point, finally, the number of them is beginning to slow. Between the rats, the wasps, the beetles, the snakes, 600 easily.
I'm gonna just like let some of them land on me as I look at them. Will you guys do all what you're doing?
Yeah, you all watch
as admiring my children.
Yeah, Utaka begins to become this like Mother Teresa to these.
Let's not
say
like that.
Griaz would also be trying to if this is truly like the soul tide, would also be trying to commune with it in a way. I don't know. He's gonna use his spooky druid senses. Druid vibes. What are they telling him?
Let me see what they're capable of in that department. While I'm checking this, anyone else is free to do some stuff as well. I'm just double checking to see what Griaz can actually do here.
Israel's just gonna stay at a distance because she's like, I know he likes his vermin. I don't. He can have fun over there as he is worshipped by this horde of whatever the hell that is. I'm not gonna pay attention to that. I'm gonna pay attention to what I'm doing, which is I'm gonna roll out the bedrolls and set up the tents.
All right, Israel, you busy yourself with setting up camp.
I'm just gonna be over here setting up camp. You all have fun with that.
Ron's gonna draw a circle in the sand, a 10-foot by 10-foot circle in the sand.
I'm gonna step in the circle.
All right, Griaz doesn't seem as put off as the rest of you, and in fact is looking at the swarm curiously, and after a moment begins to speak in Druidic. And I don't believe any of you can understand what's being said, but as Griaz does this, the horde of vermin still keeping their attention on Utaka, but some begin to respond. wasps buzzing, rats squeaking, leeches hissing, snakes letting out their own hisses, as the creatures, attention firmly locked on Utaka, begin to have a conversation in Druidic with Griaz. Not the quipping roars of beasts, the organized chatter of a thinking whole. Griaz is deep in conversation with the Soul Tide for several minutes before finally speaking up, in common anyway. Yeah, they're hungry for magic, like the wolves we found. They're it's like they're starving, but no matter how much they starve, it don't kill them.
Do we still have our werewolf friend with us? I get because we did tell them to follow us out.
Yes, but given that the mech and the dwarf stayed behind, I assumed that any non-essential companions stayed behind. Although if you wanted to bring them with you, then that's fine. Just that was my understanding.
No, they can chill there.
Okay. Yeah, and Grias
Because we didn't
continues.
name him, so.
Yeah. Grias continues.
Sorry. What does Ivron's circle look like? Sorry, Matt.
No, you go first.
I mean, you would have seen him maybe take out a vial of holy water, just put it on his hand as he's drawing a 10-foot by 10-foot circle in the sand. And Matt, just I don't know how you've been handling this, but considering Ivron and Geharis have carved their oath into their flesh, I've kind of treated that as like a paladin's holy symbol or amulet.
No, yeah, that's really I'll allow that.
Holy.
Yeah.
So it's really just him drawing a circle in the sand.
Okay. No, yeah, that's perfectly applicable. As long as the symbol, or as long as the oath and symbol is somewhere obvious, which on your arm is pretty obvious, then yeah, that's fine. So Geharis, you watch as Ivron, with their holy water, begins to draw in the sand, forming a presumably protective 10-foot by 10-foot radius circle. And Griaz looks over to the rest of you, and if Utaka loses control of those things, or if they decide they get bored, we're the only things with any magic left in a several-day radius, and they have to eat something. Or they feel like they do.
Well, I'm detecting that they are undead, so their hunger is most likely not able to be satiated.
Yeah.
It seems to me, don't we have some enemies with magic that we want rid of?
Not only that, enemies with magic specifically stolen from these things. And furthermore, question to Matt, does Israel remember which of the experiments were essentially gifted the magic from the swamps specifically?
Yes, you would. It was mentioned in the research.
Because it was mentioned, like,
yes,
who got gifted which zones, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, give me just a moment and I will inform you. Just need to, again, find the right document. I'm at a lot of documents now. There you are. The ones that were gifted from the swamp specifically, God, Utaka is just Vermin King. Vermin King. Sorry, just there's the right one. Jeez. Sorry, I'm normally so much better about this. The ones that were gifted from the swamp specifically were the statue that you guys fought when you first met in Othwart, and Lewis Tenniel. As for which was which, the statue, which they refer to as the Ace of Wands, was gifted the magic from the Fa Marsh, and Tenniel, who they refer to as the Hermit, was gifted his magic from Broadhead Bog, where you are currently.
I also share this unfortunate news with the group, that the only things that contained that magic specifically were something we already destroyed, though potentially the item made of it could grant some magic back if gifted. And Lewis Tenniel.
Utaka will look towards the lamp.
And she's like, I've got it. And she also likes the gaslight.
I don't think Harris has the gaslight. I think Taka did.
That's what Utaka's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
When did this bog get drained?
From the date that Israel saw on the research. Now, again, we're assuming that the note probably could have been made sometime after the initial draining actually happened, but assuming that the kind of core concept was unchanged, that draining would have happened. Just a sec, sorry. Last year.
All right. Well, I have nothing to add. I don't really understand how long we're going to have control of those before they inevitably get out of hand.
There's a couple things we could do. We haven't talked to Tails in a while, and Taniel's over there with him, right? He could be brought here.
I don't think having someone that magical being near things that hunger for magic is the wisest course.
Aren't you listening? It's their magic.
If they're undead,
There's
you can't fix that.
We can't. They can't.
That we know of. That we know of. This could be something like undeath. What happened to this place? What happened with those experiments is something I don't think anyone in this world has ever seen before.
Everything we've been seeing has been breaking all the fucking laws of magic that we know, and you're telling me these are definitely necromantic? I don't fucking believe that.
In any case, it
More.
might be a good idea to bring Tails here and see if he could tell us more about what we might be able to do.
How far out of the city are we? Like a day's travel?
Yeah, at this point, if you rested for the night, you would reach the city tomorrow night.
My worry is we bring something or someone much more magical, like Tails. If draining the magic did this to the vermin, we have yet to see a body, which means odds are the same thing has happened to them to a degree, potentially.
What do you mean? To who?
To the citizens of the city. So they no doubt will get...
But we saw the refugees. They said it was this.
Yes.
They didn't mention anyone rising from the dead. They mentioned being fully consumed. Like when locusts pass through an area, there's nothing left. I may have misunderstood, but that was what I heard.
Perhaps we have something with us more powerful than the usual magic item. No sense in risking someone else's life until we're sure.
Here's what gets me here. What's your end game? If you're too scared to try and do anything to fix all this, you just want to destroy and destroy. What rebirth happens after that?
It's all within the future. All we
Why?
know right now is that this entity is threatening these people and the surrounding area, and we have no way to address it permanently other than by the blade. Now, if you're suggesting that we study these creatures,
No.
I'm all for it, but
I'm suggesting we give it back what was its.
Which was the statue.
No. It was
Which
Tenniel's
was-
magic.
Yes.
And how do you propose we get that magic, huh? Feed a individual to them? Do you have a solution for that?
Don't you think it could be taken from him like it was given?
We
That's
don't
true.
have the means.
We
don't.
have
Someone we know could. We need to speak to Tails if we're not going to bring him here. And you, she looks at Utaka, can do that.
a bit.
For now, I think a good idea could be we experiment and feed them the lamp. See if that does anything. It was made with his magic, as far as I know, or at least by studying it.
And if we want to do anything to fix any of this, then we're gonna have to give something. We can't just take.
But you would be taking another being's life.
That's not what I'm saying.
It seems what you're
I'm
suggesting.
saying no. If that magic can be given to him, then it can be taken.
Which we acknowledge, but we're saying we don't know how to take Louis Tenniel's magic. Louis Tenniel still has all the magic that he once had that was given. The creation of the item was simply based around his magic.
But you don't think we could figure it out? You don't think someone like Ulysses or Tails could figure it out?
You could let them know, but I don't think they should come here. Tails has magic hands. Him being here alone will cause him to be
You
a tough.
underestimate him.
Not necessarily. Look, do you want these creatures to die or not? Because in an act of self-defense,
I want to see if there's any hope of fixing any of these swamps. And I think some of that's going to have to be giving it back what it lost.
the swamp. Or these
This
creatures.
is the swamp. This is what's left of it.
Could I do a... I don't know what check would be this. Is this actually what's left of the swamp or the swamp spirits, or is this undead vampires, basically? Undead magic vampires?
a result of.
Yeah, like, I guess what again Harris is trying to think is this a irreversible repercussion of the action, or is this a entity of magical nature that has simply had its own innate magic taken and needs to be put back? Like I guess like I would say like a primal spirit versus is this just a bunch of critters that, had small amounts of magic and just died, and now they're just a carrion swarm of...
Make an Arcana check.
Oh boy, I'd like to use a crit. The only crit I have. Because with that +1, that's a 21. That's the highest I'm going to get.
The fact that they can speak Druidic, the fact that they can speak at all, these are not normal animals. Even undeath, at least not in the traditional sense, cannot grant functional sentience to a creature that does not normally possess it. A resurrected creature may be capable of following orders, but anything that can speak Druidic is either a being of nature, a follower of it, or was created by it. So you can only think of two immediately plausible possibilities. One, Utaka is right. This is what is left of the swamp. This is what form the once great spirits of Broadhead Bog have been reduced to, and are patrolling mindlessly, just trying desperately to sate the hunger for the magic that once sustained the land, but now has nothing. Feeding on scraps.
Follow-up
Versus...
question. Sorry.
I was going to say
I'll wait
the
for
other
you to finish, and then I'll have my follow-up question.
The other possibility is that these are a bunch of awakened animals created by a druid, but that wouldn't explain why they're draining magic.
Okay. So I guess my follow-up question is, because they have been eating and devouring small amounts of magic, are there any semblance of any repair being done at all? Because from what we have seen, literally everything is a barren salt land. So, like, even if they absorb enough magic, is that even something that could feasibly help? Or is it a moot point at this point?
With a crit in Arcana, I'll give you that the dwarf said that people were drained dry and added to the collective swarm. So, and given that you know for a fact from the research that was conducted in Liberty that one individual person, even a person who's not magically gifted, has enough magic in them to far, like, at least equal, if not outclass, the swampland. If these things were draining an elf dry, then one of your conclusions is correct. You just don't necessarily know which. Either you are right that no amount of magic is going to fix it and they're just mindlessly feeding, or Utaka might be right in that if they devour the specific right magic, that might repair what was broken. So I will say, you know for a fact one of you is right, but you don't know for sure which.
Okay. In which case, where would the magic go if they weren't capable of actually using it, and they were simply absorbing it? Because, like, matter can't be... if we're taking real world logic, matter can't be destroyed, in which case, where would it be going? Would it be just returning to the ether? Would it be...
With a natural 20 Arcana check, and given the description the dwarf gave you...
Thank you!
I'll give you this one. The magic has been being used to most likely sustain the hive that's been created, especially given that you noticed what the dwarf said. Those who've that's the reason you haven't seen any bodies. Everything they eat, they don't eat to drain it or to consume its flesh. They simply drain its magic and add the husk to the collective. So the magic that they eat, that is not what they're looking for. If it's not being consumed, given that the swampland is clearly not being restored, it's likely being used to drive the mindless husks onward in their endless search for the magic they lost.
Okay, so there are humanoid husks.
You haven't seen them yet, but
yes.
There would have to be. You haven't seen any
statement
bodies.
Of if we bring something with a lot of magic, then 50,000 zombies are going to come rushing out and say, "Oh!"
Quite possibly. Yeah. Although, granted, 5 pretty magically talented people
are standing here with no zombie invasion force incoming.
But we're also a day out from the city.
True. I'm more just noting.
Again, I don't think get here any faster.
Yeah. All right. So, my thoughts are that if there's any chance of it recovering, it needs the magic that was stolen from it. But if that fails to heal it, there's literally nothing we can do to heal it. If that doesn't work, there isn't another source. They have drained thousands of people, and there has been no change.
That makes sense. But I think it's worth trying, especially if we want to fix Griaz's swamp. It would at least give us a framework of understanding what needs to be given back.
Then throw the lamp.
And if this does anything, then we figure out what to do with Tenniel. Agreed?
Agreed.
All right.
Where was the spectre pin stolen from? I don't remember.
It wasn't stolen.
Stolen from anyone it was given.
Yeah, every
well, I mean the magic that it's based off of, which is
every test subject after Tenniel and the statue were used by draining gnomes.
Okay.
Which you have seen personally leaves a petrified statue behind.
Yes. Garden ornaments.
Yes.
Yep. Lawn gnomes.
Lawn gnomes.
All right. Utaka's gonna take a few steps back warily from Gaheris and his still drawn sword, I think. Did you ever put it away?
Oh, no. Absolutely not.
Okay.
Like, Gaheris is ready for this thing to go poorly. And be like, they get a taste of blood that they actually like, and then they go, oh, let's eat everybody.
Okay, Utaka's gonna, like, flash, his, pointy teeth at Gaheris. Not quite as pointy as Gaheris' teeth, I think.
Yeah.
But a little pointy. And then he's gonna kind of crouch down and unfasten the lamp from, I presume it was fastened onto something, or that thing would have been, dropped a long time ago. And I have no idea what words were in it. Does anyone remember?
I think it was something about surrendering.
Yeah, because you guys plan to use that. Yeah, it was the battle is lost turnaround, basically.
I thought we used that? I feel like we recorded one for the dragon.
Oh, that is a good point,
and
actually.
That's why I handed it to Utaka.
In case they encounter the dragon on the way to the
I just don't remember what the phrase was. It might have been like, you didn't see anything move along. So that's what I'm gonna go with.
These are not the droids you're
Yeah,
looking for.
these aren't the droids. This isn't the rogue cleric you want.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this isn't the druid you're looking for.
So we'll say it was something along those lines.
Yeah.
Okay. Shit. How do I want to do it? I don't want to make all the bugs go away, though. That would be anti the purpose of this.
We can't have Utaka with magic stealing bugs. He's already too powerful.
Whatever. Okay, Utaka will not open the lamp, but he will place it down and start, clicking his tongue, children, come here. You can have it. It's yours.
You all watch as the vermin swarm the lantern and completely encapsulate it in this squirming ball of buzzing insects and squealing rats. As the first major magic item this party received, the gaslight. Powerful, a gift for bringing Louis Tenniel in alive, albeit without a tongue. is drained completely of its magic. When the vermin clear, you are left with a non-magical lantern. The vermin, for their part, kind of sniff around a little bit, almost like unsure if they've finished eating or not. And you all wait for a minute. Not sure what you're expecting exactly. Maybe it'll take time for the... Do you want to do Divine Sense?
Yeah, I'll Divine Sense. Are they still
Uh,
undead?
Yes, they are still undead. And they kind of hover around the now magic drained lantern for a bit before turning and starting to crawl their way towards the rest of you again. They kind of stop and shrink back towards Utaka and start just kind of doing their little orbit around Utaka again. And while the change is not obvious, all of you have pretty decent enough wisdom. You all notice that the vermin who are still around the lamp, while most of them return to Utaka, just kind of stare at it, seeming almost disappointed. They just stare longingly at the lantern for a long moment.
I'll lift up one of the best boys, one of the rats, and kind of lift him up and look at him and see if there's any change to his physical state.
Make an investigation check.
16.
You do not see any change to your vermin friends, other than them being much more dour of mood than they had been before, seeming kind of bummed out.
Griaz, they saying anything different? Can you ask them if this is what they wanted?
And they start going back and forth in Druidic again, and after a couple minutes, Griaz speaks up. It was close, but not quite. Like, you know how whenever you try to diet something because you want to lose a little bit of weight, and it tastes pretty much the same, but it doesn't have that same oomph to it? It's kind of like that. You basically just gave them diet magic, but they're trying to put on weight, not lose weight. You know what I'm saying?
But it's the right flavor.
Yeah. That's why they're kind of bummed out now. It tasted right, but...
And everything else hasn't been the right flavor?
He kind of stops to ask them in Druidic, and after a bit of back and forth, yeah, everything else has been just kind of nothing. They say I smell right, though, and I'm not into that.
Yeah, that might not be the best sign in the world, but it does lend credence to our theory. They want Tenniel's magic, their magic, back.
Yeah, we still don't know how to separate that magic from Tenniel.
At least not outside the obvious.
But if we can find a way that gives us a way forward.
Agreed.
There might be a way. There might be. I mean, they were both giving and taking away magic at that facility, and people don't have to die. Tenniel had magic, at least a little bit, before he was given all this extra magic. Right? Like, even normal humans, they have magic, right?
Yes.
Even if they can't use it. If there's a way that we can be, what's the word? More precise? If we can be more precise about taking only exactly as much magic as Tenniel has extra and leaving enough magic for him to live, That should work, shouldn't it?
Perhaps then we should let the Goldshine investigations know about the facility.
I don't
Maybe
know
not the
about that.
facility, but at least what we found out about the swamps, particularly, and how that magic was stolen.
I think
They don't need to know everything.
We gotta be careful what we're saying there.
I think the only one we can trust is Tails.
I'm willing to... If we can get Ulysses away from there and talk to her, I'd be willing to give her a shot too.
Didn't they say they had an agent within the Goldshine investigations?
Yes.
But I questioned her specifically under a zone of truth at one point because
And
I
we've
was
done that with
suspicious
Tails
of her.
too. So
Yeah,
that
those are
makes
the two
sense.
people that we questioned under
Yep.
zone of truth.
And then the wheel is Mistra.
Mm-hmm.
And then who's the fourth?
So she doesn't do anything.
Is it the lab assistant or Melvin? Those are the only other two people we know.
No, there was like someone at the check-in desk that we met one time.
Not to mention all the field teams.
No.
Yeah, literally every other field
It's
team.
probably Blossom. Let's be honest here. That's fair. So, should we contact Tails and say we need a teleport away from here with Ulysses and himself?
I can just bring this little guy. And not all of them. And we'll see how he
600.
reacts.
Seems about as sensible as we can make it.
Then we go back to the headquarters and we see if we can make any of this right.
We'll have to find Lusteniel. Last I know, he had opened up a shop.
He should be in town.
Should.
All
We
right.
have
Even
been
if
gone
not-
for several weeks.
If not, it's the last place he was certainly seen.
You want me
Wasn't
to
there-
call Tails?
Yes, Ivron?
Ifron.
Oh no, this is an OOC. Trying to remember back to the research. The last entry was like 2 months ago.
Yes, and that was the one saying that I need to destroy this place before somebody finds
My
out.
boys are coming!
Yeah,
Wasn't
my sons are gonna give me so much shit.
Wasn't there an entry stating Louis Tenniel's purpose? Wasn't he supposed to like infiltrate the Goldshine investigation agency?
I thought he was supposed to cause a distraction.
Or,
Yeah, the idea was
He was
that
to
he was
cause a
going to.
distraction and draw the eye of the Goldshine investigation agency, going like, "Look, I'm me over here, being really super
Okay.
distracting."
Look at my
Well-
magic, which is super blatant.
Exactly.
Yeah.
While Red Sight went sneak,
Yeah.
sneaky the other way around.
Yeah, because you may remember that you first got on the case of Louis Tenniel because he was blackmailing the Goldshine Supernatural Investigation Agency.
Was he?
Notably,
Precisely.
Mistra never revealed what he had on them, if anything.
Precisely.
Probably that Mistra's just no good.
Yeah, you know, something.
I just remember the stalking, and I was like, nope.
Yeah,
that's all
that
I-
was what got me. That was the whole thing. Harris was like, I don't even need to hear anymore. Like, this guy's...
Exactly. You're stalking a girl.
Dude, chill.
Yeah.
Go to jail. Alright. So I guess I'll wait for ascending.
Okay. I will cast
Which is kind of-
Sending.
Which is kind of odd, because Tails always knows what we're saying whenever we're talking about him anyways, to be fair.
Does he?
Because he always knows the timeline.
He's established before. Every time you send him, he just teleports in to respond, as if he. And bear in mind,
Because he already knew we were
teleportation
gonna-
spells aren't like
Yeah, but he can't hear his name being spoken across the globe.
We don't know
You
that.
probably can.
We don't know that.
You can put a taboo on your own name and know when it's being spoken across the globe when you're a high level wizard.
I have no reason to believe that he's a god yet.
That's not a god power. That's literally, I think, actually like a 7th or 8th level spell.
Is it?
Like it, yeah, like it's not even 9th level. I don't think.
What's the
Taboo
spell
is a
called?
lower level spell.
Wait, do we know that? Okay.
We don't, but like taboo D&D.
Is that even in 5th edition?
It might not be, but it definitely
It was
was
in
in third.
3.5.
Yeah. But there used to be a spell called Taboo, and you could put a taboo on your name, and you could basically hear when anyone was mentioning you.
I
It
just
was somewhere-
assumed he had a magic item that let him scry on people he wanted nonstop, and he was just a creep. And he was
I
just
just figured that-
listening in.
I just figured
I
he
mean,
had
you
a
could
way
also
to,
just be
like-
scrying people all the time because,
I mean,
why
if you were a
not?
wizard, like, that's your form of Netflix, really. It's like you get all your trauma by watching
It is
adventure
also
parties.
possible that because he's established that he can see the future, he just knows when he's going to be relevant and just knows when to pop in.
That's true. Again, like dumb chronomancy reasons. You know?
God, that makes surprise birthday parties the worst.
Okay, so when I ask first if I should call him, and they say yes, I'm gonna like kind of raise my voice and go, Tails! Tails! And see if he shows up. And if not, I'll cast that thing.
Why waste the spell slot? Why do it? If he knows anyway.
A moment passes. Another. Utaga, you start getting ready to cast sending before you feel a hand on yours. That won't be necessary.
What the fuck? Hi.
Hello, Tails.
Hi. Can you get
Hello,
your
Bells.
little friends too?
Hey. Well, I mean, you're the one invading their personal space, so here, whatever. And Utaka will start stepping back and be like, come on.
Perception check, Matt. When Tails arrives, does Utaka's control seem like it is waning? When there is a big enough magic target?
Make a perception check.
Because that is what I'm scared of. It's there's a point where they're just like, no, we like you, but we like magic more. That's a 18 plus 3, 21.
There is definitely a moment where they, like, normally when Utaka just and starts calling them, they immediately just turn and but you've noticed 2 occasions now where they've hesitated. Once was after feeding on the lantern, and once now with Tails being in their presence. They follow Utaka, but there is a noticeable hesitation where they seem like they're considering just
Is it growing
going
longer?
forward.
Like, is it longer pauses, or is
It's
it...
definitely longer than the first pause. But that's only 2, so not exactly a
Rule of
control
threes, Matt.
group.
Rule of threes. The third time is always the worst. I am going to tell Utaka that.
Well, it's different this time. It's not the same.
It's getting longer.
Though that's not how science works, I think. I don't know. That's what Ulysses said. Like, you gotta like there has to be a control. There's no control to this experiment. Harris.
Speaking of, is there something I can assist you all with?
Quite a bit.
Yes. After you, Israel.
She's gonna fill Tails in on the very shortened version of we have discovered through our investigations that an arcane ritual drained the swamp of its magic and transferred that magic into Louis Tenniel. And we have reason to believe that these, she points to the creatures, the spirits of the swamp want to eat that magic specifically. Additionally, we have discovered that people have a base amount of magic in them even when they can't use magic.
Of course.
Our theory being, if we can take out only just enough magic from Louis Tenniel and give it to the swamp spirits, they will stop being this, and he will also live through the process.
It's certainly possible. Practical application of something like that is admittedly a bit out of my wheelhouse, but in theory, the concept is sound. The hard part is containing that magic in a vessel of some kind for transfer. Obviously, having Tenniel here won't be safe. That much magic will leak into this thing. And obviously, removing it the normal way would be fatal. So the hard part is not necessarily whether it can be done. The hard part is how we are going to transport the magic from point A to point B without having a vessel. A living vessel would obviously need to die on arrival, so we'll need an inorganic one that can still store that much internal magic, or possibly a dispersal process of some kind.
Could
If you're
we use a warforge?
a warforge, are you referring to a construct?
Yes.
It's possible. There hasn't been constructs that advanced in a long time, but
How long exactly? Like second age?
We
long?
might have met some.
We know a guy.
Second Age construct would certainly be capable of storing that much magic. The Second Age had magic far beyond our current capabilities.
And Israel's already like, okay, we know what we gotta do. We gotta pick up snips. You know, we gotta pick up our BB-8. Like,
But what could they do? Because they're sentient. Well, not sentient, but like they talk, they move around. What's that gonna do to something with that capacity?
Admittedly, I'm uncertain. But
I don't know if we should give that magic to one of those.
And therein, we're back to our first problem.
If we have one to look at, we could maybe study how they contain that much energy and create a containment vessel.
It's certainly possible, yes. Although I personally am not able to conduct such a procedure on Mr. Tenniel myself. The only one in our ranks who could would be Dr. Ulysses.
Not to side skirt the important subject, do you have my amulet by any chance, or were you able to find anything about it?
Yes, I do. I was waiting till now to give it back to you. And he dangles it between his magical fingers and holds it out to you. There's nothing magical on it. However, there is a lock on it to which I do not have the key. I could use magic to open it, but I thought it would be disrespectful.
I'm gonna sing the song.
Geharis, you whisper the poem that you were sung as a child, which spoke of the effective prophecy that has been spoken into reality by the children of Red Sight. Nothing happens.
I was looking for Tails' reaction.
Make an insight check.
This is my way of bullshit testing people.
No, I'll give you it. It's clever.
I'm
That's very clever.
The inspiration from Steve. You're not Steve, from Stemosis. Thank you, Stemosis.
Go for it.
All right. Well, thank God I did that because the first roll was a nat 1. So here goes the second roll. All right. 17.
Okay. Tails, because as most attention has been drawn to you, most people aren't looking at him, so you kind of glance up at his face when he thinks nobody's paying much attention to him. And at the poem itself, frankly, he just looks bored. The expression of somebody who's seen all this already and is just waiting for it to be done.
That's good. Good thing I don't have to ask, are you my dad? But I will kind of nod and then, yeah, I don't mind if you use magic while I'm here to open it.
If you insist. He kind of, you can see him hesitate a little bit as he reaches out for it, and yet again, I find myself in a bit of a conundrum.
is that if you open it with magic, you're going to break the timeline because I need to find the key to open it. Is it a
Sorry.
big reveal or a small reveal? I've had a lot of reveals in the past day or so.
This amulet was a gift from your father, correct?
Correct.
Then where can you reason the key would most likely be?
With him.
I understand that you've been meaning to return home for some time.
I would rather if you use magic. I think there are things that are obscuring your vision, Tails.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
I'm gonna step back with my
Oh, no.
cloud.
Yeah, everyone's like, ah!
Lord Blackmont, do I have your permission to break the seal?
I looked at Ivron.
Braun gives a nod.
You do.
Very
This is
well.
when I turn into Asmodeus. I'm gonna call it right now. Just...
Garrus, you can feel the lock twitch in your hands. It's open.
I look inside.
Inside, you find two things. A small, tightly folded piece of parchment, and stamping it, not so much that it's completely encased, but enough to keep it from, bursting. A seal. On one side, a golden eye, and a blood red one on the other.
And the other thing?
The other thing was the seal itself.
Oh, okay. I will... Ooh. I guess I will unfurl it and read it. Break the seal and read it.
Okay. As you break open and begin and the seal, you notice that there is one final item that was actually rolled up with the parchment, and it deposits into your hand. A locket identical to the one you just opened. But the parchment itself does have writing upon it. The printing is fine, cursive and elaborate handwriting. And it reads thusly. In all my years of service to our organization, I have always found myself having moments of doubt, fleeting, but nonetheless noteworthy. My loyalties do not waver. My beliefs do not change, but my belief that we can do this, that is something that can be shaken. Faith is something that can be broken. But I carved the oath, same as you, brother. For our children, our sons, our children's children, that we would create a better world for them. And I think our means are not capable. The Hell Knights cannot destroy evil. Our order cannot destroy evil. It simply can't be done. Not by anyone. Not by a mortal. I write this letter with heavy heart, knowing that you will never read its print. But I think in the next life you will know, and I pray you will understand. I think I've found a way. In Mazai, there is a facility beneath the waves where our ancestors believed that there was a way to give others magic. And the people of Mazai believe that their lords, their pharaohs of old, may be something akin to gods. The gods do not protect us. They did not protect you, nor do they protect me. But people with the power of gods, there's something you can reason with. You told me something once, brother, when you first adopted your son, that an idea had struck you. That, in truth, what our order brings to the world is not order through destruction of evil, but order through fear. That the threat of punishment is what keeps evil at bay. The world is not a fundamentally good place, you told me, but it can be made good if evil believes it cannot strike safely. Do not give it a platform, do not give it a voice, do not even give it a name. But that's where I think you were wrong, brother. I think evil, like many things, is a tool. Something that can be used. All over the world, people are desperate. War is threatening to break out in Mazai, and many more are to follow. The Third Age is meant to be an age of destruction and war and death. There's nothing our order can do about that. Nothing even the gods can do. But there are things beyond gods. Gods of our own making that can change the world in some way that matters. I will not raise our sons in a world at war. I will not raise our sons to be soldiers in whatever meaningless war comes next. I'm going to stop it, even if I have to go through you to do it.
Is this Avron's handwriting?
Make an intelligence check.
Is it with advantage or disadvantage? Or right?
Sure, I'll give you advantage to recognize his handwriting. I'll give you advantage.
Sure. That's a 12.
You don't think so?
Okay. I keep reading. There was a momentary pause of wait. This is taking a tone that Avron would have.
Oh, I don't know anyone who might take the same tone as Ivron that isn't actually Ivron, but has sons and a brother. Oh, golly gee.
It's not ringing a bell.
I don't know.
I'm drawing a blank.
I will put together an army. An army greater than any other, stronger than any other. An army of gods and their followers. I shall create a new army of pharaohs to rule Mazai, and then and only then, when the pieces are aligned, will our dream come to fruition, brother. War for the sake of peace. If the world has a common enemy to unite against, something to stand together for, maybe then people will finally realize, stop fighting over petty differences and grievances and stand together for something. And I know just the army to do it. 2 birds, 1 stone. My army shall be gods, but they shall be the lowest rung, the filth and scum that I can dredge up across this desperate land, wait for the war to create desperation, and then pluck up the evil from it. And while I do that, I shall create a new breed of hero along with them. And once the pieces are aligned, peace. The heroes will unite Mazai against the evil, and they will see. They will see.
I hope those other heroes are doing well. That's all I have to say. All right.
Oh, the letter's not done yet.
Oh gosh, okay. I keep reading.
How does this all fit in an
Yeah,
amulet?
that's what I was gonna make a bit about that. Be like, wow, there's a lot of writing on this little tiny.
Fuck off, you're getting plot. Appreciate it.
It's like a bag of
Like, how does he
clothing, but
fit
with an
this?
amulet.
Besides, remember, it was folded up like in and in and in,
No,
so
no,
it could be
no,
going both
like,
sides.
You just keep unfolding and
Yeah.
unfolding and
Yeah.
unfolding. You're like, holy jeez.
It is almost done, though.
At least this keeps us from having him monologue in the final arc.
Yeah.
No, being real, I knew nobody was going to let him monologue, so I just went ahead and fit it in here.
I
Oh,
would let him
thanks.
monologue for a while.
Because you know that Israel would have, like, as Gaharis and Ivron are looking like so stoic and like listening to the monologue, she'd just be like, bam.
Putting on a brave face.
Starts initiative. It's like, and I line up my shot with his eye, bam. Mid-sentence.
I will let both armies destroy each other, and from their ashes, proper peace can rise. Nobody accepts the leaders they need until they realize they need them. That's how evil always gains power. And that's where you were wrong, brother. Evil is a tool, and one I intend to wield. Where all dictators and villains of the world have failed, we shall succeed. One last war. Mazai is our testing ground, and world peace to follow. Rule with a fist of iron. Extinguish all hope. Let there be none whose strength is greater. Not unto us, O Lord, not unto us, but unto thy name give glory. Your brother, always, Joron Els.
I silently read all of that, and I will just take a moment, and then I will reach over to Ivron, and I will hand it to Ivron, and then I will... Is the secondary amulet unlockable, or is it just an amulet? You're muted.
Yeah, sorry. It does appear to be locked, however, as you're doing that, Tails, with a very somber look on his face, unlocks the final amulet.
I hope this one is a ring.
As you open it, another letter, smaller this time.
P.S. Evil good?
However, I will say, this one is not sealed with the gold and red eye.
Who is teaching these people origami? That's the
Yeah,
question
I wanna know.
Gaharis asks.
Yeah.
I'm just
Where
gonna
are these
assume these
people
are.
learning this fucking...
No, we're in a world with magic. You just start unscrolling and it just keeps unscrolling. It's magic
Yeah,
scroll.
we're like screamers
Yeah.
from Harry Potter.
There we
We're like,
go.
"Oh,
You are
yeah."
all so rude.
We love you, Matt.
We love you very much.
We love you
We
so much.
appreciate all of this.
This one is marked with a black and white sigil, marked with a red cross.
Do I recognize
symbol.
the sigil? Oh, sorry.
The symbol of the Hell Knights.
Eh. Just not kidding. What does it say?
To my sons. I do not know what sort of world has been made for you to be reading this letter, but I can only hope it is treating you well. Garrus, if you have no doubt picked the lock on this amulet and read through it first, if I'm still breathing, I suggest you put it back before I find you, and you know I will. But if I have been laid to rest, I request you pass this letter to your brother and allow him to read the rest. One last favor for me, my son.
I will motion to Ivron. It says to let you read the letter alone, but I think we should read it together.
How many letters are there going to be?
I continue to unfurl this, but not read it and see if anything else comes out of it.
A small leather satchel. It's a very small one, though.
If this was clearly
Honestly,
written by
I
our
love
father,
this.
he would
I
know
love
that I
this
was going to
thing.
read this first.
Incomprehensibly small containers containing incomprehensibly large.
I will say, in my defense, we've established this medallion is fairly sizable. It's not tiny.
I know, but like mentally, I'm here with
You're
a
picturing, like, the
medallion,
little
like, the size
locket,
of my
right?
little baby
Well, what I
palm.
was
Like, I'm a
imagining
bitty
were-
baby, and
You know those
it's
little
just
fair
really funny, and
tapestries you can
I
get?
appreciate it. So like, kudos to you. This is incredible.
So I will hand the letter and the little leather thing to Ivron, but it's up to you. If you would like to honor Father's last words.
I think Ivan will read it silently, but he'll be there next to Harris. It's not going to be like if Harris looks over his shoulder, he's not going to be like, get out of here, bro. But, I mean, he's still shocked just from the first letter, so.
You know what? I'll let Ivron read it first. You know what? Actually, how much of a good boy is Geharris? Geharris is a good boy today. For once. Do I need to pull this off, Matt?
I mean, it's up to you. I'll let you go either way.
I'll ask Ivron. Is Ivron going to let Geharris read it after he's done? If you're not, I'm going to take my headset off and you just give me a thumbs up when I can put it back on, so I don't know.
I mean, he would, unless there's something really not okay to share with Harris in it, I guess.
Okay. And the letter reads, "My sons, my beloved sons. If you read this, then I'm afraid my final battle has been lost. Perhaps there was a great battle. Perhaps I simply fell prey to mortal failings. Perhaps something even more or less glamorous. Who is to say? But whether this finds you in my grounds at the Barodel, on the streets with our land lost, or wherever Geharris happened to dig it up from, I wish the both of you well. Ivron, I asked you to read this letter as I felt this was something you should hear from your father. Lord Els has always been close to our family, and he believes that he has found something. Something that will grant all of us in this family a great destiny. And if he is to be believed, create the world that the Hell Knights hope to make, a world free of evil. Whether that is true or not, I know that he certainly believes it. And I know that you and your brother always looked up to him. So, knowing what may come, I think it's only fair that both of you let me rest with answers. Ivron, my son, a great destiny does indeed lie before you. I do not believe it'll be the destiny that my brother wants for you, nor do I believe that it'll be the destiny that I wanted for you. No, I believe that you're going to go out and make your own great destiny. I consulted with the new allies my brother has been making in Mazai, and I've learned the name of your mother. Ivron Blackmont, the blood of warriors from ancient times runs in your veins. You are the son of Andrasta.
Is there more?
Yes.
Okay.
The rest is on the back. There's a little more of a footnote for you, but then at the very bottom, it indicates that you should give this back to Gaharis for the rest.
Okay.
Her symbol is the winged hare. Appropriate for you, I think. Do not let me or my brother write your destiny for you. Your parents, by blood or by family, do not define your future. But I know whatever you make of yourself, you're going to become a great man. All I ask, whether you take my place as Lord or go out to make your own adventure, I ask that you remember your oath and maintain goodness in your travels. Assuming he's not been reading this over your shoulder, I request that your brother be granted access to the back half of this letter, as it is penned for him, just as this half was for you.
Ivron, hands trembling, lips quivering, slowly hands the paper back to Gaharis. And if Gaharis takes it, he just walks off to like a corner of the camp and sits down with his hands, like his face in his hands, and just begins to cry a little bit.
Does he look like he needs a laugh?
I mean, does Gaharis feel like he should?
Yeah, probably. I don't think Gaharis is used to having Ivron cry, so
I think
Gaharis is like-
Israel is also like shocked enough that she sort of like followed behind him really sort of gently
like, hey, buddy,
and like barely like touches a hand on his shoulder like a minute, and then she just sort of sits behind him, like with him there, but like just
yeah.
like when he's ready to like have a hug or something, she'll be there because she's like that was a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot for Ivron.
So I'll clear my
Naga
voice
will-
and
can sorry.
oh no, after you.
Okay. I'm just gonna be like watching from a distance, like with like a keen interest, but I'm not going to bring the swarm towards Ivron.
Israel
this
like
moment.
saw that for a second. I feel like Israel, if she like saw the swarm, saw the Ivron, was like, I'm gonna make the executive decision to go there on his behalf because like he's not gonna because there's a swarm. Like that's gonna be a not bad. So she just was like, I'll just do that for you.
But he's just staring.
Dear Gaharis, please don't let Ivron marry the first woman or man they kiss. You know how he is. So very right. And then I'm gonna silently read the rest. And see if that gets any attention from Ivron whatsoever, or if it's super serious, or if it's like, uh-oh. That's Gaharis' way of gauging.
Ivron is unfazed. He's still trying to silently cry into his hands.
Yeah. So my tail definitely flicks a little bit and then wraps around my waist, and I'm like, and then I'll read silently.
my beloved son. Thank you for finding this, for giving me a way to tell you in my death what I lacked the courage to tell you in life. I once said that while I was no closer to figuring out your lineage, I knew you had a great role to play in the world. Well, I can now safely say that I was right on one front, but wrong on the other. I made sure to spend my final days doing what I should have done from the beginning, and taking care of my boys. My brother is a good man, but I fear that in pursuit of goodness, he will become great. And great does not preclude good, as you well know. I will not ask that you show mercy to the man who I believe will take my life soon. Nor do I ask that you abandon whatever quest you and your brother may be on. I do not ask that you return. I do not ask that you flee. What I ask, Gaheris Blackmont, not Neherthos, Blackmont, my son. I ask that you never forget that you have a place in this family. That your lineage does not forbid you from being good. That your oath does not forbid you from being good. Do not make the same mistakes my brother did. Do not become a great man in pursuit of being good. It is enough to simply be good. That's something I believe he's forgotten, and something I believe that you are soon to forget. My brother believes that peace and power come from others being afraid of you. That with enough power, you can stomp all evil into oblivion. But I believe he's wrong. Evil is not fought by displays of power, Gaheris. Evil is fought by the small, unremarkable, everyday goodness of people. Your brother once told you, if I recall, that no cause was lost if there was somebody left to fight for it. And such wisdom from the mouth of a child, I believe he was right. Listen to your brother. Pursue what you feel is right, but do not lose sight of your goodness in pursuit of greatness. Peace does not come from death and blood. Peace comes from peaceful action. But I will look proudly upon you no matter what you choose. Always remember that. And so that I may go to the next world with a clear conscience, I do what I should have done from the beginning. Your heritage. It took some doing, pulling some strings with the new friends that my brother managed to make. I do not know where they come into your lineage exactly, but I can at least give you a place to start. They call him the King of Beasts. they've beholden themselves to a royal family in Masai. He goes by many names, but I believe the name they've built for themselves now is Ashtar Gulfang. In truth, I know not where they come into your family lineage, but I do know it's somewhere. Start with him, and if it's something you care to investigate further, perhaps more of the truth will reveal itself.
Are you done, man?
So, is that the end of it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna pull out the monocle. And I'm gonna use it on the writing and see if there's any hidden
illusory scripts.
Yeah, or if there was anything I missed, or not that I think there will be, but
Putting the monocle of true sight to your eye, you look over the letter, flip it over to Ivran and to your side, and nothing is hidden from you.
all right. I will take off the monocle, and I'm just gonna walk over to Ivran, just sit down silently next to him. I think I just tuck the letter into my breastplate and sit in silence. Put on a brave face.
Okay. Utaka, Israel, what are the two of you doing?
Israel has relocated to the spot slightly between the two brothers, and she has deliberately wrapped an arm around each of them, and she's just gonna sit there. She doesn't care if they don't want it, they can wiggle away. But she's just gonna sit there and give each of them a little hug. And she will also sit there in silence with them.
Utaka?
I will not approach, but I will I've got the highest insight in the group. I get the vibe.
I'm pretty
Okay.
sure with your wisdom being as high as it is, you can channel the vibe here.
Yes, I'm
Got a good
A
handle on
vibe
it.
check.
Yeah, could practically cut through this tension with a chainsaw. All right.
Yeah, Utaka will lower himself into a seat and kind of gesture for Tails to join. Not like next to him, but like
Yeah.
a few feet away.
Which Tails does so. And as he sits down, he just looks to the paladins with a sad face and I'm sorry.
So can you give me like the cliff notes?
It's personal.
Okay, can you at least tell me, was I right? Is like Joran bad and Mistra is like the wheel? Because I've been saying that for a while.
Yes, Utaka. Our organization is compromised. The leader of the GSIA has been controlling both factions from the start. This entire war is just a front to summon the wheel.
Yeah, we already knew that part. Okay, but it is Mistra. It is him.
I'm sorry. I had intended for the two of you to open this in the lands of your forefathers, to have your father near you, to, if not provide comfort, at least. It just felt more right. But my hands were tied. I'm I'm sorry.
Wait, but isn't our dad alive? I'm so confused.
Your father is dead.
Okay.
His
is dead,
brother is alive.
Yeah, Jordan
His
Els.
brother clearly thinks of himself as also your father for reasons.
And you notice that even in the letter, he kept hesitating to refer to him as my, because he said your cut himself off and then said my brother.
Yeah. Okay, it's Jordan Els. All right.
Okay, and do we know who Andrasta is? Is that
Dead
the-
God, from what I recall.
Goddess.
We remember that. He went and
Andrasta
researched her.
is an Atlantean goddess of war who Melvin's family worshipped as their cult and is evidently Ivron's mother.
Yep,
Okay. Okay.
that is knowledge we have now.
The last 24 hours of Ron's world has been shaken.
Israel
Yeah.
has been thinking it was
Wait.
Joron El since she read this stuff in the lab, so she's like, that validates me, but, well.
So I was being demonized down there, and he's a literal fucking descendant of the Atlanteans. Like
Yeah,
him,
you know.
not me.
Yep.
God.
It's a hard life.
Atlanteans
to
were
live,
Asmar. I'm
Taka.
sorry. That's just the
Yeah.
rules.
Okay.
So yeah,
Think of it
Ivron,
this way, at least
by that
you-
logic, Ivron is technically a second generation Atlantean, yes.
And at least you have been like passing. Apparently, your wisdom was way better than any of us suspected because you've been like passing the vibe checks on Joranel and Mistra since like day one. You were just like,
Rick, I don't like that guy.
nah, they're bad shit. They're fucking. There's something going on there. I don't know what, but they are not passing the vibe check. The vibe
I've
check
been
is not
saying
good.
that shit since the beginning.
I mean, we've all
Since
been on
the
the
beginning.
Mistra is sketch as heck train, but Joran Els.
We were all on the
We're like,
Mistra sketches. Heck, she seems to be like actively trying to look
Oh, yeah.
sketchy.
Yeah, we were just like, Mistra, why are you antagonistic? And now we're like, ah, it makes sense.
You know what? There is something I'm gonna do. After they've read all these things, Utaka like gets this like curious look in his eyes, and then he's gonna reach into his irradiated bag of holding and pull out a little snow globe of red stuff. And like look at the bottom of it. Is there any container on the bottom in which there might be some hidden letter? Since apparently this guy does this thing.
No. However, you do see the symbol of the GSIA on it.
Sweet
I'm like-
as
I'm gonna like pull it back and like baseball toss this out into the fucking.
Question: is the raw magic this thing is irradiated in drawing the insects?
They do quite keenly start to investigate Utaka's bag.
Hey, don't go in there. That's
Yeah,
not gonna be safe for you. Shh.
They kind of scatter a little bit.
I did like baseball toss that.
Yeah, just
Yeah. Just let it
The
crash out
fun
there. somewhere.
irradiated snow globe just out there in this whole class.
I don't know what's irradiated.
It's true. Oh gosh, I'm just trying. I don't think Harris for once has nothing to say. It's like the one scenario where Harris has nothing.
the sun has set, night has fallen, and Tails, after several minutes of silence, stands up and I'm sorry. I wish you could have found out under the intended circumstances.
Israel's gonna like give the two boys another brief pat as she stands up to face him and will frankly say, I don't think it would have gone any better. But let's figure out what you're going to do now and, well, what we're going to do now. And she probably, give Tails any more information that he might need and clarify what next steps are for all of us. I'll confer with you all. Oh, Celia, what would those have been? Because Israel would would do that
Yeah.
for the currently incapacitated paladins.
Geharis would like to ask if Tails can go retrieve the barrow blade.
Okay, then.
Because we are not going home.
Yeah, so she's going to pass that message along. And
until this is done.
And she's actually going to make the executive decision to tell him about the secret second age underground facility that he gets to know about and nobody else. Because maybe he can make the oxygen work. He's a smart lad. He's got this.
Yeah.
So she gives him all those relevant details and the fact that there are constructs there that trust us that he might be able to borrow and study to figure out a containment device or salvage from the lab they have. He probably knows what he would need. Again, smart lad. He's got this.
Can we bring Ulysses into this? You said we'd have to.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They're the only one who could even theoretically perform such a procedure. But Israel, you would, even after everything you found out over the last day, you still trust me with all of this.
You. And at this point, what choices do we really have? I know of one person currently that is guilty. And that is Sir Jornell. Everyone else, including us, is all a casualty of his manipulations. And given your current actions and your actions towards us thus far, my ability to think of you as siding with him is sliding closer to 0 as we speak.
We need to get the seer out before they kill her. If she isn't dead already. It's the next thing they had on their plan. Could we all teleport in there and stop whoever is coming for her?
I'm sorry, Garrus.
She's already dead.
The letter was just sent out yesterday.
Do you know who killed her?
I know everything.
Was it Mistra?
Remember what she told you when you brought her in. The tower would see her dead.
Joran.
He's the only one who has access to the cells.
And he's the one who even said that he would take care of her. We read it ourselves.
We need Ulysses. And we need Tenniel.
And Mistra, if you can take her.
I'm not ready to deal with her yet. We don't know what's gonna awaken.
We should take Basil too.
Basil, Tenniel, Dr. Ulysses.
Can you bring them to the lab?
Yes.
Didn't do
And
that.
we'll go there and extract what we can from him. It'd take Els too long to get there.
Unless Els has a way to teleport in, we didn't go through the entire facility.
Can you tell us, do you have a way to make it that it can't be teleported in?
Easily.
So can we do that? Can we make our own headquarters down there?
It's certainly possible, and I'd be more than willing to help. It means a lot to me that you're still willing to trust me.
Haven't given us a good reason not to at this point.
What
Just don't feel that way.
What do we call ourselves now?
Well,
I'm feeling
Hope's
like a
Refuge?
fortunate 5.
everyone else in this war is using colors. We need a color for our own flag to fly, if you truly mean to separate from either side.
I don't think separation is what the world needs. I think it needs both the black and the white of the world, and everything in between. The good
Gray, then.
and the bad.
I always liked silver.
As for the barrow blade, while it's certainly within my capabilities to theoretically retrieve it, I don't feel it's my place.
I think the rightful lord of the Barodels should go into this war wielding it. And Ivron needs a new sword. And if Ivron's sword is within grasp, I'm just gonna pick it up and throw it. Be like, see, it's gone forever.
Ordinarily, I would refuse being so direct, but very well. Lord Blackmont, will you accompany me to the Barodel
Which one?
and claim the birthright?
Presumably the one who's gonna wield the blade. So
Good thing I have ceremony prepared.
Ivron, looking up from his sobbing state, his eyes now burn brightly. And standing up, he motions to his brother and says, "We will both go. For it is not just my birthright, but ours. And even if you were to thrust the blade upon me, I would have you there." Thales, this is now a war that we are involved in directly. Take us to the blade.
Very well.
travel safe.
I'll return shortly and set about the errands. And he pulls the Goldshine Investigation Agency medallion that he's been wearing around his neck since you first met him and chucks it into the salt before.
Hey, bring Regina and Melvin too.
Oh, yes, Melvin is very critical.
Yeah.
Understood. I'll be back shortly.
And then we learned Melvin's the spy. Melvin's just like...
Melvin's a sleeper agent.
Yeah.
They
The
just
way-
have to say popcorn or something.
Yeah, Melvin's like, I only prepared one hostile spell in my 9 levels. Magic missile. Prepare to meet your maker as I decipher languages and read maps at you.
He
So
with
he
a
had
way.
Eldritch Blast.
Did I
That's
know
true.
which was- which he looked very ashamed when he used it.
With a wave of his hand and a flick of the wrist, Tails, along with Ivron and Gaheris Blackmont, disappear, returning to the Barodel at last,
Dun, dun,
leaving-
dun.
leaving the rest of you alone in the night-lit salt flats, surrounded by the soul tide.
And now we get to bring in our new characters, which we've been prepping since episode 2.
And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Congrats.
While it's not conventional, given that you guys are pursuing a solution to the soul tide and just uncovered a bunch of plot, you all level up.
Hooray!
Hey.
Aw, yeah, 1 level in Sorcerer for reasons unknown.
Yeah, the end is nigh.
It really is.
It
Keeps
really
getting
is.
better and better. I love this. I
All
love
the,
this
all
shit.
the reveals. Well,
So, how you guys feeling about the new plot reveals?
jeez.
I'm so surprised.
Yeah.
Hey,
I was
the
more
fact-
surprised about the endless fucking locket. Okay, that was truly a work of genius. The physical comedy at such a tense moment was just, it was top tier. Top tier.
You know what? I'll take the compliment.
There was today was great. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to fish for compliments, just like, it's like, all right, I get it. There was a lot of stuff in the locket.
Hey, I dig it.
All right,
Oh my
we
God.
gotta do call
We got-
Yes.
sign off.
Yeah.
We gotta sign
So,
off.
thanks everyone for tuning in and watching us. It's always a delight to, get to see all the friendly faces and voices in chat. My name is Graham, or Graham Crackers. If this is your first time tuning in, here at Graham Crackers, we're all about making memories with friends, whether those are through MMORPGs, role-playing games, or TTRPGs. The important things from these games is that you make lifelong memories of the stories and tales you tell. And that is what we're all about. So, thank you for being a part of it, and for allowing us to, perform for you. I had the delight of playing Gaheris and Nervos Blackmont, the Tiefling Oath of Conquest Paladin, and son of some person named Lord of Beasts, I guess? I don't know. But I also would like to know 3 things about all of my fantastic cohorts: who they are, where we can find them, and what projects they're working on. So I'll just do all my projects out of the way, and that way I don't have to do a sign-off. And I'll make whoever the last one of you is do the sign-off for once. Yeah, flipping the script. So, my name is Graham, or Graham Crackers. You can find me at Twitter at GrahamCrackers1. That's GrameCrackers1. Or you can find me here on Twitch. Either works. I had the delight of playing Harris, as you do know, and you know what? Our channel is looking for new DMs for the 2022 second half of the year, because we are going to be doing more D&D with friends. So if you or someone you know is interested in DMing, we do have a Google form up on my Twitter pinned that you can fill out. We are looking for everything from one-shots to 4 to 12 episodes to the long-term special, which is like forever. I don't know. I didn't give it an end date, an indeterminate end date. But outside of that, we will be opening up player casting later on once we have kind of seen what we want to do. But outside of that, you can find me on Roads Uncharted, where I am guest starring as Dawson Sawyer, the sad boy retired adventurer. Outside of that, you can find me here every Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard or 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard, depending on the Tuesday, where I am the DM of Shards of Anarian and Anarian's Rest, 2 homebrew campaigns where I get to make my friends, fight dragons and cry, and, they have to watch me cry because I get too emotional during the sad songs when they're supposed to be crying. It is what it is. But they are phenomenal shows, so do give them a watch. And on Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, we typically play a video game. What it's going to be this Monday, I don't know. It could be Guild Wars 2's new expansion, End of Dragons, or it could be Elden Ring, which I'm okay at in comparison to, the other Souls games. But outside of that, I've got nothing. Thank you for tuning in, and I'm going to hand off to Kari.
Hello, everyone. It's me, Kari. You can find me here every Friday for Goldshine investigation shenanigans, or you can find me every other Tuesday with the Anarian's Rest campaign, where I play Karis, the Tiefling Wizard. Unfortunately, I was not there last time. I'll have to catch up on that. But you should find me there next time. And it should be really cool and really fun. There should be lots of crying. There usually is, at least with my group. Not a lot of dragons, but definitely a lot of crying and some significant, poignant music to go along with it. As far as any other places, you can find me in Guild Wars 2 and probably will as the expansion drops. So look for me there. Hit me up. You can come adventure with me. It'll be fun. But yeah, that's it.
I'll go last. Someone else go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jeremy, and I had the pleasure of playing Ivron Blackmont, brother to Harris Nervos Blackmont. And you can't really find me anywhere. I don't have a whole lot going on. I do go by the handle Jane Darkstride on social medias and various platforms. But again, not a whole lot of activity, as I'm very, very busy outside of this one particular hobby that I love. However, you can still find me here 8 p.m. Eastern every Friday on Graham Crackers channel, as I'm Graham Crackers exclusive. I don't sign on with anybody. But I hope you all had a wonderful night, and thank you for watching.
I believe I have been bidden to speak. Hi guys, I am Pharaoh, I played Utaka. Thanks to everyone involved, including our lovely folks here, Matt, Jeremy, Graham, Kari, and anyone who might be tuning in. You can find me this coming Tuesday in the Shards of Anarion, where I'm about to, I think, tank an ancient dragon. So wish me luck. We're like level 11 or 12 or something. I shouldn't be doing this. I'll start making a new character sheet. It's fine.
It's okay. With all the retweets we got, it has an additional 210 HP.
Yeah, and I'm taking it. Yeah,
Anyone want to
tune
give
in.
some retweets for the tank to give them HP?
Yeah,
No.
that'd be great.
This is what happens when your players get really cocky and say, "Ah, Graham, that we just stomped your encounter."
That was not me. Not me.
It wasn't
not
you, but
did
it was the
I
vast
say that.
majority. When I said, "You know what? I'm gonna put out this."
It
retweet."
wasn't you, but you got pushed to the front when they did the whole, will someone step forward and volunteer? And they all stepped back, which made it look like you stepped forward.
Yeah.
Because they sold you out, threw you right under that bus.
So I'll be preparing a new character sheet, and in the meantime, you guys can tune in and watch my demise. Other projects that I have include taking care of some lovely little baby rats. They're wonderful. And some other stuff. Including, I just self-published a little book that if you want to find on Amazon, you can search Game Master's Book of Holding. So that is for DMs who want to take notes on their sessions and such. Feel free to check it out. Otherwise, off to you, our actual DM.
That's
the
me.
one, the only.
That's me. I was Matt, your DM. I played everyone else. If you want to see more of my DMing, check out my Monday and Tuesday streamed games on Odd Tornado Productions Twitch and YouTube channels, 9:30 Central Daylight Time on both days. On Monday, I stream Under Locks and Keys, featuring a party of globe-trotting treasure hunters trying to assemble the artifacts of the gods in hopes of unlocking a either valuable treasure or apocalyptic curse. One of them. They're exploring more of this same campaign setting, so if you want to see more of this world, be sure to check that out. And on Tuesday, check out Of Black Ink and Blue Blood, featuring a party of politicians and nobles and kings traveling around the continent trying to unravel the political conspiracy that's threatening to put their homeland in a position of war. They are actually currently going through Garrison Ivron's birth zip code, essentially, and have already restored Ivron's daughter to the throne. So the Blackmonts have retaken the throne from the Dark Elves who had stolen it. And if you want to see some of my writing and more of this campaign world without having to worry about crits and me forgetting how much space can reasonably be fit in a medallion, then be sure to check out my webcomic Undercommon on Webtoon and Tapas, featuring one of the first goblins to ever become an adventurer. If I'm forgetting anything, just check out Odd Tornado Productions official on Tumblr, where you can find links to everything else that I'm doing and everything else that everyone I know is doing, and all sorts of great stuff. And it expands on this setting and this world and its characters a lot more. So be sure to check that out. Both this and my Monday and Tuesday games have both hit a kind of critical mass point where things are starting to head towards the end point now. So there will be a gaping void in my life in the foreseeable future that I will no doubt fill with additional stream games. But that's about it from me. And because I don't have the authority to raid anyone, I will instead do this that I've been saving up for a while and give the squad a crit.
It's finally
Oh.
happening.
I've been saving up for that for months.
Oh.
Oh, Matt.
Oh, but Graham isn't signing off. So are you doing that, Matt? Or
Yeah, I don't have the authority to raid anyone, but I do have
Well,
the
I have
authority.
someone we could raid if y'all want to raid.
I think it'd be good to raid. Raiding's nice.
Sure.
But
Yeah.
I will be Graham for this sign off before we raid. So thanks everyone so much for watching. Everyone, stay happy, stay healthy, stay hydrated, and what's that other thing you say? We care about making friends and making memories with Dungeons and Dragons. And also, I, Graham, am super smart and handsome, and just all around a really
Stop
cool
it.
guy.
We're going to raid. Goodbye, everybody. Have a good night.
Bye, everyone. Graham's the best.
I love you all. Take care. Bye for now.
Yeah. You gave us too much